I am back with some more Radiant Dawn for you today. We are heading into some interesting territory today, and we're going to see how things go. So first, other than welcoming you to the stream, I just want to say, if you haven't followed me, if you like the game as I'm playing it, or you like how I'm playing, please give me a follow. I greatly appreciate it. There are going to be links in the chat for the YouTube and the Discord channel. I love to talk to people there. And I would love to see you on either of those platforms. That would be great. So, that being said, we're going to have a quick little chat about our game. For those of you that have played this game or have seen me play this game before, you know that today's chapter is going to lead me into the true end game of Radiant Dawn, and it is not going to be easy. It will probably be very hard, especially in certain parts that I know for sure from having played it before. Several years ago, at least 2 years ago, was the last time. So bear with me. My fingers are crossed. I'm hoping to get through. I've done it before. I know I can do it again. It's just, you know, streaming it, and it's such a stressful game. So I could really use some support in the chats if people come in to keep me motivated and rah-rah and all that good stuff, because I'm gonna need it heading into this. But our group, or should I say groups, because there are 3 armies that have come together and are heading towards the tower, and this is where the end of the game takes place in multiple stages, but we are right there, you guys. And like I said, I'm very nervous about it. I'm nervous when I play it, even if I wasn't streaming it. I'm more nervous playing it and streaming it. So forgive me. I have everywhere on my stuff. I do not proclaim to be the world's best gamer, but I have a lot of fun and try really hard, and knowing how difficult this game is. Okay, so I've rambled on long enough. I'm gonna hit the start button because I know they're gonna start talking in the game as soon as I hit this button. So let's go.
Ike and company managed to evade their persistent foes, finally arriving in Cien, the capital of Benyon, the Tower of Guidance. According to the creed of the goddess, which has been taught across the continent by Benyon, this is where the goddess Asherah will appear during times of great crisis to lead the people to safety. As even the smallest child in Benyon knows, the tower is sacred and mere mortals may not enter. With the world edging toward catastrophe, the tower glows like a pillar of pure light, as though to pierce the very heavens.
Oh boy. Is that ominous or what? It's pretty though, isn't it? That must be the Tower of Guidance. It's so bright, I can hardly bear to look at it. What's happening in there? Let's hurry, Ike. I can't imagine that the glowing is a good omen. We're running out of time. And he's right. The outer gates of Cien. The city gate is shut. I guess we'll have to force it to get to the tower. Ah, you guys made it. Skramir, I didn't realize your group had already arrived. Yes, we've been here for quite some time. I've been itching to go inside and see what the bad guys have waiting for us. Skramir listened to reason, however, and agreed to wait here with us. We know nothing about the numbers or strength of the enemy. And here's Micaiah. It seemed safest to wait here for the rest of you to show up. We pitched tents outside the gate. Hello, Micaiah. Any word from Yune? She came back to me a number of times during our trip, but nothing for the past few days. I see. Do we know where Tabarn and Alencia's group is? No word yet, no. Ike, it's a waste for us to just sit around waiting. Why don't you and I have a look inside? And they're opening the doors. Wait, what's happening? Get ready for an attack, people. Kanagus, what are you doing here? And look who's with him. In an occurrence I'm told is increasingly common, we heard a voice in our dreams and followed it here. In Lord Tabarn, I should have guessed your group would be everyone here. We joined up with King Kanagus and mopped up the Disciples of Order around the capital. The only people left within the city are the ones who've been petrified. Good. I like air breathers with initiative. And this is Yune taking over Micaiah. Yune, here to give us our next instructions? Yes, good guess. Everyone, gather around. You'll all need to hear this. Good job, everyone. All 3 teams got here, and a little faster than I thought you would. While you were traveling, I went around recruiting more help, including King Kanagus here. Unfortunately, it looks like Ashira had the same idea. By the time I made my way to Goldoa, there was no one there. That's bad news. And this is Kurthnaga, the Dragon Prince. What do you mean? Where were they? If you're saying what I think you're saying, then we could have a very big problem. Lots of very big problems. I don't know for sure, Tabarn. There aren't a whole lot of dragons altogether, but it looks like every one of them joined Ashira. How? How could this be? I haven't seen them anywhere else on Tellius, so they must already be inside the tower. Let's camp for the night before walking into Ashira's own home. Dun dun dun. Okay, so we get base camp. So let's take a look and see. It's been a while since I've done this. So let's see, award XP. So we have Ike, Snaki, Micaiah. Yes, we have all the people, folks, and a few extras. So Ike, pick him. We've got 5,000 bonus XP. Let's give him some because Ike needs to be stronger. Okay. Guten Tag. Yes, I did. I was editing earlier, so I am now entering the game. Micaiah. Gonna get her leveled up a little bit more. I don't have a lot of bonus XP to work with right now. We're gonna get some more along the way, but right now is not much. Right now I want to find... Where is she hiding? Here she is. Mist. Good. Mist only needs a couple. I needed her to be a level 10. I would like Mist to level up naturally, but since we are running short on time, and I don't know if I'm going to be taking her, I wanted her to at least be able to use the crown that I have for her. So she's now a level 10, so I can do that. That was one goal. So let's go back to the top. Soth is leveled up a couple of times. We have to take Snaki later, I believe. I'm just gonna give her a few points. She does have some good magic. That I can say. Sigrun has leveled up. Skrimir. Oh, Skrimir can use his Satori sign after I do this. That makes him stronger, makes him better. Which means I should also check a couple of other of my Laguz friends. Oh, and we're out of points. But that's okay. Skrimir, I need him to fight. Except Meg, and you know, we're not taking Meg anywhere. We never take her unless they make us. We have skills that we can assign. All armies have been joined together now, and skills that were elsewhere can now be used by any of the group. We've got Dragon Foe, inflicts bonus damage against Dragon Laguz, and that requires 15 points. And, or sorry, yeah, 15 points. And if I take Shove off of Ike, it's only going to give me 5, as you can see. Ether has to stay. Cancels enemy combat related skills. I want to remove that only because I want Ike to assign the Dragon Foe. Alright, so that's Ike, and he can only have room for 10 more, but as you can see, we only have one thing there that's assignable. And again, this is Nihel. I don't know who I want to give that to. He's only got 10 points, so it can't be him. Kaya. She has 10 points. Sigrun could take it. But I have to decide if I'm going to end up taking Sigrun with me. No. Come on. He already has it. Stefan. He has room for it. Alright, and that should be, yeah, that's the last of our skills. Support. Most everybody here has friends. I don't know if Sigrun has a friend. She was friends with somebody else, probably Tanith. But we need Sanaki to have that extra support. Nasala, who can you be friends with? Mordecai? I don't know if Mordecai has a friend. No, he doesn't. Leonardo has... He's friends with Ileana. Ileana is not going to the endgame, and probably neither is Leonardo. Leth is probably not going. Aaron's not. Edward and Nolan are friends. Heather's not going. Vika, who can she be friends with? She can be friends with Tormod. Although I don't... Oh, he's friends with Marine. Alright. Vika can't be friends with anybody. Boyd. Jill and Blue, Gatry and Boyd. Those two won't be going. If I have anything to say about Tabarn, who can Tabarn be friends with? Anybody? Rayson. Or Ranulf. Ranulf was friends with somebody else. I don't remember who he's friends with, but these two are most likely to be closer together in battle. Going forward. Tanith. Let's look and see. So she was friends. She's already got a support relationship. Tronio. He does. Kieran. I don't know if I'm taking Khalil. Although I just... Raysan doesn't have a friend. We'll put him with Tanf. Zahark. Volk, we can't assign a friend. Astrid's not going. And the reason I'm saying that is because of the fact that some point in the near future, the game is going to make me choose from all of these people down to one army. It's going to require me to take certain characters with me. And so I'm going to have some choices that I have to make. And as always, I will probably agonize over them, and I apologize in advance. Khalil, I don't think there's anyone here she can be friends with. Marsha's already got a friend, and neither one of them are likely to go to the end game. Oki, I'm just checking because again I'm not positive who I'm taking. These guys, Kanigas and Ina, can't have friends apparently. Come back. Soth and Micaiah, Skrimir, he can only be friends with so many people. Didn't I just... I want to take Nolan. And no, he would be better, for at least for now, until I decide if there's somebody else I want to put Skrimir with. Laura is with Aaron. Laura's probably not going to go because we have a lot of other healers. Those two are good. Those two are good. And I don't think... with the exception of Nyla... yeah, these guys all have friends. Oh, I forgot we had Oliver, but he can't make friends. And Janaf and Oki can't be friends. I find that really weird. Who can be Janaf be friends with? Sheena and Har. He can be friends with Reese, but Reese is already friends with somebody. So Janaf is on his own. And these guys. So that's it. Info. We've got a lot of info here. We have Renning. Remember, Renning is Alencia's uncle that in the last episode we discovered that he was turned into... they tried to make him into a feral one. And he was a human, and it just made him be monstrous, basically. And he was going around in disguise, basically, as Bertram, one of the 4 riders for the Mad King in the previous game. And Raysan was able to save and recover his mind through his Galder. So that's what they were talking about when they were talking about Renning. We're almost there. Tomorrow we head to the tower. Do not worry, Your Majesty. We will be right beside you. Though long tested by the trials of the goddess Ashira, we shall overcome, and in our mission will be laid to rest. Yes, what we do now, we do not only for the people of Crimea, but for all the people of Tellius. Yes, we shall succeed. You are a courageous queen, indeed. Who said that? Uncle Renning, are you all right now? Don't I look it? I stand before you in full health, thanks to your efforts. Of course. Wonderful. I'm so relieved, Uncle. Duke Renning. Lucia, you have my gratitude for looking after Alencia so diligently. Bastion, Jeffrey, everyone, you have my sincere thanks. Please, Duke Renning, it is our joy to serve Her Majesty. Our loyalty extends beyond the Queen. Please do not forget that. Thank you. I appreciate your concern, especially yours, Bastion. I stand by you, my lord. Have you ever been my most loyal and clever confidant? Was it possible for you to acquire the things I desired? Indeed, my lord, for you, to whom I owe my mastery of disciplines, esoteric and arcane, no task is too difficult. Your sword, your armor, and your faithful steed stand ready, that the battlefield shall know your valor once more. You haven't changed a bit, Bastion. Always the clever one. Your praise is too much, my lord. Uncle, you intend to join the fight? Please, you mustn't push yourself too hard. My, how things have changed. Am I to take orders from my niece on what battles I'm allowed to fight in? She is a queen. I'm not a princess to be coddled and kept safe behind the vanguard, Alencia. I'm a knight of Crimea, and I will be one until I die. As long as I live, as long as I am able to walk, as long as I draw breath, I shall fight. It is my duty. I understand. Swear to me then. Swear that you won't die, that you won't ever leave me alone. I swear to you that I will never leave you behind. I swear upon my pride as a knight and upon my love for my country. Now, Your Majesty, please grant me the honor of protecting you in battle. Oh, Uncle, you may have to compete for that role, I think. Duke Renning, I will not give up my place as the commander of the Royal Knights, even to you. Let's take it outside then. Perhaps I'll remind you why you have never won a match against me. As you wish, Duke Renning. I will also show you that I've spent 3 years preparing solely to defend the Queen from harm. I have made it my life. Uncle? And Geoffrey? You too? Bastion, do something. Truly, I shall have to. After all, a match between such stalwart warriors needs to be judged. I believe I shall volunteer my services. Excuse me. Bastion. Oh, Your Majesty, let them be. Lucia, are you siding with them too? Doesn't all of this remind you of a scene in Melior from years ago? Tomorrow is full of uncertainty. We may live and we may die. Yet here we are, enjoying a little scene of high drama from a glory-filled past. I'm glad of it. That's true. It's like a weight has been lifted off my chest. Why don't we follow them? We should enjoy our final night together. Of course, Your Majesty. And then we have Stefan. What can I do for you, Goddess Yune? You're very strange. What are you? That's a strange question, especially coming from you. Didn't you create all of us? I didn't create anything. Not Leguz, nor Bjork. But I know what they are, because I've watched them change and grow over time. You're something, not something I've seen before. I'm the same as the girl you dwell inside. Oh, I thought Micaiah was the only one. She could hear my voice and sing the Galder of Release. But I learned that others existed. There's that boy who's always with Ike, or the little girl who stays by the Queen of Crimea. There are several in my village as well. They are my comrades. We all live under the same fate and carry the same curse in our blood. When you say these words, what do they mean? Why are you cursed? It means that we carry the blood of both Bjork and Leguz. Bjork calls us branded, and Leguz call us parentless. Does that mean your parents are Bjork and Leguz? Not always. It means that Leguz and Bjork mixed blood somewhere along the line. Bjork and Leguz rarely associate in that way. For them to conceive a child together is an even rarer event. What's strange is that the child bears no Leguz characteristics. It's just a normal Bjork infant. However, the Leguz blood lies asleep, waiting in the child's veins. Oh. One day, the Leguz blood shows itself, marking the child's body with a brand. How old is that girl? I don't think she's as young as she looks. The other curse is that we age differently from Bjork. It depends on what Leguz blood the child has, but it always slows how fast we age. Micaiah says that's true. She's listening to every word you say. Please, continue. And I'm getting told from my moderator that there's a lot of buffering in the stream. I cannot change the setting on my end, but I would recommend that if it is buffering, to look at the stream settings by the little gear icon. You can use that to turn down the quality of the stream to something that might stream a little smoother, and you can probably turn off the low latency setting in the advanced tab because you don't really need it for this game. So that might help for anyone who is having problems with the buffering. So just to address that for you guys. Makai says that's true. She's listening to every word you say. Please, continue. The Lagoo's blood gives the branded unnatural powers. Bjork fear and distrust us because they can't understand those abilities. The Lagoos are even worse. They treat us like we're phantoms, refusing to acknowledge us as if we don't even exist. I see. It's easy to hide among Bjorks. You just cover the brand, avoid getting close to anyone, and never settle down, pretending you're normal. The Lagoos are different. They can sense what we are. They have an instinct for it. Not all Lagoos know for sure, but the sharp ones figure it out instantly. Others just feel uneasy around us. I don't know why it's doing that, but some never figure it out, but they're surrounded by ones who do. Either way, the Lagoos would never talk to us voluntarily. Why would you pay attention to someone who doesn't even exist? Why? That doesn't make any sense. How did things get like that? I would like to know that as well. It's said that a union between Lagoos and Bjork is a crime against the goddess. That's what we've always been told. That's silly. I've never heard anything of the sort. Why are you laughing? It's all been a lie. For hundreds of years, we've faced persecution, abuse, and isolation. And for what? A lie. What's not to laugh about, huh? What's happened? This is all wrong. How did history get so distorted? Was it at a particular place and time? I don't understand. I've been asleep for too long. And then we have dragons. Almeida, you're safe. Kurznaga. Almeida, what's wrong? You're so pale, and you've grown so thin. Oh, Peleus, my little Peleus. Why? Tell me why. Almeida. Almeida, you have to pull yourself together. Prince Kurth, are you there? I'm busy, Ina. Stay where you are. Oh, Ina, it's been a long time. I felt your presence nearby, but you never came to see me. Lady Almeida, I understand that you don't want to see me. I'm sure you hate me for what I've done. My brother Rajayan, your betrothed, he died because of me. Don't. It's not important. That's all in the past. What? How can you pretend like nothing happened? You can't. I know you hate me. You have to hate me. Go ahead. Blame me for what happened. Insult me. Do anything, but you have to hate me. I don't hate you, Almeida. Rajayan made his decision. He gave his life to save you and his little nephew. Did you know that? He decided to sacrifice himself to protect you. I can't blame you for what Rajayan decided to do. That would mean insulting my beloved for his sacrifice, for his nobility. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Prince Kurth, my grandfather is here to see you. The king knows nothing of his visit. Nasir is here? Prince Kurthnaga, I'm glad to see that you are safe, and Lady Almeida as well. It has been a long time. We haven't seen each other in over 90 years, I believe. Oh no. Nasir, you returned to Goldoa? Yes. Nasir, I need to know something. Why has Goldoa sided with the goddess Ashira? What is father thinking? The Laguz and Bjork have joined together to save the petrified. Why hasn't Goldoa joined the effort? As you wish, Lady Almeida. Are you aware of the fact that everything that's happening is due to your decision to leave Goldoa? What? Explain, Nasir. King Degensi forbade the dragon tribe to use our transformation for the purpose of war. Almeida, you left because you did not agree with this policy, did you not? That's right. Shortly after you left Goldoa, you met Ashnard and Dayan, and were united with him. However, your union begat a chain of tragedies. Did you know that the Red Dragon platoon, which went in search of you, was captured and turned into feral ones by King Ashnard? I had no idea. Ashnard needed Goldoa to get involved in his war. That's why he did everything in his power to provoke King Degensi. Most of you have never fought in a war, but even more than other Laguz, the dragon tribe loses control once they taste battle. Oh. Near the end of the war, we found out that Prince Rajayan could not be saved. I thought the king would surely go on a rampage. At the time, we had no idea that Lady Almeida was still alive. The king thought he'd lost not only dragon soldiers, but also his children. If the war had ended any later, had Ike not killed Ashnard, Goldoa would have joined in the war, and we would have started killing. We would have destroyed the Dayan army as co-conspirators, everyone. We would not have stopped until the continent was ashes. Then the spirit of chaos would have spread across Tellius, awakening the goddess and destroying the dragon tribe. That was the danger we faced in the Mad King's War. But Ashnard was defeated, and Rajayan regained his sanity thanks to the songs of the Heron clan. Sniff. Blah, sniff. Almeida's crying. We escaped annihilation once. We took Prince Rajayan's body back to Goldoa, and the king did not shed a tear, nor fly into a rage. You're right, Rose. He endured his loss by himself. He endured for the sake of his last child, and for the sake of his people. Goldoa remained neutral. Father. But now, all that effort has been wasted. The war between the Laguz Alliance and Banyan has spread through Dayan and Crimea. And to top it all off, Goldoa can no longer stay neutral because of what Prince Kurznaga has done. You're saying this is my fault? That I've started a war that my father tried to avoid? No, Kurznaga. This was my fault. You fought because of me. This was not Prince Kurth's fault. Besides, the goddess Yune was not awakened by chaos sweeping across Tellius. She was awakened by the Galder of release. By a Galder? Are you certain? Yes, that is what Sir Ike said. That's very strange. Nevertheless, the end result remains the same. Goddess Ashira has rendered her judgment. The Laguz and Bjork must follow her decision. What? Nasir! I've come here as a favor to the king. Prince Kurznaga, you have to return to us at once. If we just accept Ashira's judgment, we'll all be turned to stone. That's the end of history, as we know it. Do you expect me to just lie down and accept that? How can I? What you're asking is insanity. I won't do it. And you, Ina? I feel the same as Prince Kurth. Then I have nothing more to say to you. However, I hope to avoid fighting my own people if at all possible. Nasir, what will you do on the battlefield, Kurth? Will you face your father as an enemy? I will do whatever I have to do. Now we have King Kinagus. Ike, I have something to give you. Hey, it's called Irvan. If I remember correctly, I borrowed it from your father's grave. Why? Honestly, I have no idea, but I felt a sudden urge to visit Greel's grave on the morning of our journey. When I told Gifka my idea for a little side trip, he said he thought the same thing. I believe we were guided to your father's grave by a divine message from the goddess. When I saw your father's axe, I was convinced that I had to take it to you. I felt that's what your father would have wanted. Maybe he and my mother are looking over us from somewhere else. All right, it's my father's, so it's only right that I take it. And we got a Nirvana. And the fireman. Volk, over here. Looking for you is still like trying to find spilled ink at night. It's part of the job. Anyways, you've grown quite a bit since the last time I saw you. Everyone loves telling me that. You're starting to look like Greel. That might be true too. He is my dad. I didn't expect to see you here. Did someone from this camp hire you? Sure did. I see. It's good to have you on our side under any circumstances. Why did you call me over? I have to return something to you. What's all this money for? It's the 50,000 gold you paid me the last time around. Well, minus my pay, expenses, and that sort of thing, of course. Even so, there's a lot here. Well, the contract ended sooner than expected, I guess. You did a lot for us back then. I didn't even get a chance to thank you. It was a job. There's no need to thank me. I know, but if you hadn't told me the story of my father, I would never have known about his past. So, thanks, Volk. Yeah. So, anyhow, you have your money back. See you later. Did he really just get embarrassed because I thanked him? What a weird guy. We got 20,000 gold. Okay. Save. Okay. So, now I can come up and I can look at my people. Irvan, I need to trade wherever Titania is hiding. There she is. Irvan. Okay. So Ike, since I'm already on Ike, and he really only needs Ragnar. Snaki, I believe, is required to go. Let's see if she can take any more magic that we have. Okay, she can take Purge. And she can take that. So we'll hold on to those. Nasala, Convoy, give. The Steel Knife. And the White Gem and the Daemon card. And the Daemon card. And he can't use the Satori sign because he's king, apparently. Yeah, because it won't let me use or equip. So I can only convoy it and give it to somebody else, is what it looks like. It's been a while, so I don't always remember some of the finer details. Leonardo has a lot, probably isn't going.
It's a trap!
Getting ready to go into the next section of the battle, and I'm trying to pick out people. He definitely needs stuff. I don't think... I don't think we have anything in the convoy that he can use, but yeah, there's nothing. So we're gonna go to the shop. And I did it again. And access. Void. Void. Alright. And what does... Wait a minute. Alright. Boyd. He has some vulnerary, so he needs some healing stuff too. I hit the right menu. That would be great. Boyd. Boyd. And then we have to go look through. Blue has vulneraries, he could use some more. I'm not sure if he's going with us. So I'm gonna hold for a minute. I can always trade some around later. Daphne's definitely not going. Tabarn has magic we can give to the convoy and see if anyone can take it. And he could probably use some. They don't have any. We do have Lagoose scrolls. Or scrolls. Stones. If I have money left after. Alright. We're gonna leave him with what he has. Renolf. Give Renolf some stuff. Where'd he go? There. And he has concoction. And there's 3 of them. He might need more. She has a silver lance and a great lance. Let's see if we can get her another steel or silver lance. And again, I apologize. It takes a little while to get through this part. Tanith did. He's got plenty of swords. And I don't think there's any. Yeah. Oh. We'll give him those. Bulk. He could use some healing stuff. I don't know if Volk is going or not, but just, like I said, I can trade this to other people. Kurthnaga. Bastion, what magic can you take? None of it. He can't take any of it. Why? Okay, he's got that. And then we're gonna get some more Olivia grass. for Kurthnaga. Alright, Micaiah. Convoy, take the last of your magic that you can actually use. And she's got vulneraries. Sigrun. Convoy that coin. And we want to get her another silver lance. Leanne is just carrying a whole bunch of stuff. She's gonna continue to keep probably, well, no, let's convoy that stuff because I don't think I have to take Leanne. If I do, I'll come back out and grab it. Nolan. We've got Tarvos, the hammer, steel axe, short axe. I think he's okay for right now. I don't plan on taking Mia, so I'm gonna wait. Stefan needs some stuff. And I went right past the menu I'm looking for. Yeah, I thought he was an SS. For his sword level. So he can take, ooh, he can take a killing edge. But this is an A. But Stefan, where are you? Oh, running out of money very quickly. You know what that means? It means we need to sell stuff. Same. It's not caught up yet? I'm assuming. Edward's not going. I don't plan on Mia going, so Hark's going. Alright. Fiona's definitely not going. Alright, some of these things I am keeping. I don't think Jill's going, but I'm gonna keep her equipped just in case. Alright, bows. The only extra bows I really have are the ones that Astrid has. I'm gonna save those. Heather's not going. But I might be able to give that to Soth. Or Volk. I mean, I have higher level magic, but nobody can use it. Alright. Definitely not the healing stuff. Not the Satori signs. Where is... Sorry, it takes a long time to... Oop. Here we go. White gem. And I don't use the Daemon card. I have a Lacus gem. Yes. I've got a bunch of coins. Those are used for something else, but I don't sell them. Alright, so now we have $20,000. Or gold. Alright, back to business. Stefan, we were gonna get him another sword. It's like, where did I leave off? Yes, shop, armory, silver blade. And like I said, even if I don't take him, then I can trade it to somebody else. Alright, Stefan. Ileana's not going. Tormod may or may not be going. I don't know yet. Probably not. But I don't think I have magic he can use. And I don't. So chances are he's not going without... Oh, missed! Use! Holy crap. Ready for this? Watch this stuff. There is a Valkyrie amongst us. Okay, so Mist has some healing stuff. I want to look in the convoy. Oop. That would help if I actually looked in the convoy. And I gave... Did I do that? I did. I give all her stuff to the convoy. That's okay. We need to get her sword back first, Flora, because she's the only one I think that can use it. And then we need to go over here. And... Before I do that... Giving Mist some psychic staffs. We'll get to the other people when we get there. Let's get down to Mist. There she goes. Like, it's so easy to get lost in these menus, I'm telling you. Alright, so now we're gonna take Amend, and we'll take the Heal, and another Mend, and the Restore. So Mist is loaded down. Soren has spells. He doesn't have the strongest spells, though. I don't think he can take what's in... Well, I'd have to give up some of his stuff, so I think I'm gonna leave Soren alone, actually. Shinon, Convoy, take... I don't think there's anything in the bows. Nope, I'd have to take Astrid's. But he's got enough, I think, for now. Although it couldn't hurt. Astrid. Trade to Shinon. These are emergency bows. Okay, Raphael is carrying things. Let's look at the convoy. He's gonna take those for people. And we'll take these vulneraries, or that vulnerary that is not used. Rolf has got lots of bows, and we're also gonna let him take this vulnerary that's not used. Danfad's not going. Convoy, give all your stuff. Valencia is going. I don't think we need unlock here. I don't remember it, but I don't think we need it. But we do need healing stuff, so we're gonna buy her as well a couple psychic staffs. If I stayed on the staff screen. Valencia. I wish I stayed on the person and let you change it. Valencia. And then she needs... Oh, we're out of funds again. It goes so quickly. Alright, let's see where everybody else is at. Because healing stuff was definitely an issue, and I've got healing stuff to move around. Jill's probably not going. Kanagus. I don't know if Olki's going or not, but I guess we will find out later. Ina has that. Oh, yeah, use the Basilard. Convoy, give. Basilard. Take. Oh no, we want to trade with Heather. Where's Heather? We're gonna take Heather's stuff. Because she's not going. Skrimir has stuff. It'll let us use the Satori sign. So he got Roar, which basically, I believe it's like Howl, which they can kind of paralyze the person in fear, sort of, if I recall correctly. Okay, Laura is probably not going to go. So I can trade Laura's healing stuff over to, where were we at? Mistress got plenty. Soren's full. Valencia, that's who needed it. She's got a sleep staff. And a couple of men's. And a heal. So I think that helps because we loaded her up, and then we'll pick someone like, oh, ooh. I'm gonna give one heal to her just to carry. Shoot. Give her those vulneraries. And I've got to... she needs a better sword. Stefan, where are you? It'd help if I grab the right person first. Stefan is going to trade. Oh, where the heck did she go? Too many characters on the screen. Lucia, there she is. Hi, we're gonna give her one of those silver blades and give him one of these steel blades. And Jill's probably not gonna go. Quill, probably not. Back where we were. Soth is good, Smir's good, Laura is gonna trade her mend to Stefan and her herbs. Convoy the vulneraries from Fiona. Maureen, Nyla. Oh my gosh, Oscar has nothing. I forgot at the end of the last battle we had to keep trading everybody's stuff. So he needs a lance from somebody. Where is she hiding? Tanith has a lance. Convoy give the Silver Great Lance. But I just got her. And we're back to Oscar. Is there anything in the convoy? Take. Yes. Take all the things. Har. Convoy, give, Blizzard. Oh, and we have a statue fragment that we have to figure out who to give that to. He has lances. What can he take? Anything? Nothing. He can take nothing. Alright then. But he uses axes. So we need an axe from somebody. Did I load down Boyd? I did. Boyd, trade, Har. And let's give Har the steel axe. And let's find somebody else that we can steal one from. Jill. She has a brave axe, but I'm gonna let her hold on to it just in case I have to bring her in. Alright, so we did Har. I doubt I'm gonna be using him, but let's just see if what he can take of the magic that I have. Oh, he can use these. I've never actually used him in a fight, because I don't usually acquire him. I don't think there's anything else in here. Yeah, he can't use any of that. Because, I don't think I'll be using him. Trade to... I think Maureen was above him. Yes, trade to Maureen. These. Alright. Now. Alright, now that I've gone through the part that, I apologize, it takes so long to get through, but I finally got through it. I probably am gonna have made some mistakes, which is why you save here. Let's see what happens. Here's the tower. And hopefully the Twitch gremlins are getting better for you guys. Oh no! Yune, what is it? What's happening? This isn't good. These soldiers, we've killed them already. They've been reborn in flesh, but not spirit. Brought back from the dead? A miracle of the goddess. A blasphemy, you mean? How could the goddess of order violate the most fundamental natural law? Philosophy later, everyone. They're about to attack. Are you alright? Those dead soldiers really got to you, didn't they? We can't win. All we do is kill the flesh, but she brings the flesh back. We need more time. No, there is no more time. Everyone else will be turned to stone, and I will be lonely forever. There's nothing more that I can do. I failed. I failed. Yune, get a hold of yourself. Nothing like telling a goddess to get a hold of herself. Ouch, my ears. What was that for? You big bully? Who do you think I am? Yune, the goddess of chaos. The warm-hearted being whose courage and love gives us the will to go on. Thank you. As things stand, we can't bring everyone into the tower. We'll need support here to hold this position. But at the very least, how many are we going to need inside? They'll have much stronger forces inside the tower, not to mention Ashira herself. We'll send in our best 11, Oh, and we'll want the 2 dragons, and 1 from the Heron tribe, and the Empress. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to have Soth. Understood. If that's everyone, I'll gather them together. But here we go. This is a point where I have to make choices. I hate it. Once we get inside, you can leave most of the fighting to Micaiah. I don't know about that. Oh, she's gonna give her level up. Thank God. I forgot about that part. Something like this should work. We're ready. No, we're not. I'm never ready for this. Never. Okay. So, I'm gonna go to outfit. And items. And look, they even let you shop here. That's how nice they are, if I had any money. So Micaiah just got her class change. So I want to try something. I want to find... Like I said, it's been a couple years, so I forgot that was gonna happen. Here he is. Oliver. So Oliver has, I believe, some of the spells and things that Micaiah might be able to use that are higher level. So Micaiah, we're gonna give up her partially used Thani, keep this one, keep the 2 lights. We have light, and it says Nosferatu, and that she can't use. Damn it. I was hoping that that would have been enough to make it work. So I'm not gonna be taking Oliver. I've never played with Oliver. I just wanted to see if she could take that. So now we're gonna go to the hard part, the choosing units. We get 16 people. We must take Ike, Micaiah, Soth, Sanaki, Kurthnaga, and Ina. And this is where it gets difficult. So I have Sigrun, Skrimir, and Nasala. Laura's not going. Leonardo's not going. He might go, not sure yet. Mordecai might go. Letha's not going. Mia's not going. Yaluchi's not going. And then I have to go through everybody else to figure out who's going. I'd like to take Stefan, so he's a maybe. Maureen, I'd like. Mist, I'd like. Nyla, Titania. And that's 16 right there, guys. And I've got so many good people down here. And I can't take those guys because I'm only allowed 1 Heron. Just so you know. So let's go back up. I have to reevaluate. So Sigrun's out. Nolan is definitely out. Mordecai is out. Stefan is out. Let's get to the big hitters. I've got 4 people, and I want Soren because he magics and heals. I may have to take Mareem out. Oscar and Boyd. And I want Sheen on. So that leaves me taking out Mareem. And I can take Har. Oh, and I need Alencia. This is excruciating, you guys. Absolutely, entirely excruciating. I want to take Mist because I want to have an extra healer. And I don't even have Reese on the list. I can go without an archer. I don't want to. But I can. Let's take out... Alright, Shinon is out. And Renning? I've never used Renning. Gifka and Kanagas are both terrific. Problem is if you take too many Lagouge, you can't fight because half the time they're not prepared. And I want to take Mist. I could take Soren out. And take Reese. Reese can use magic and heal. And then I've got Alencia. But Reese doesn't have... I'm gonna screw this up no matter what I do, you guys. Like, every time I do this, and I pick different people, no matter what I do, I'm unhappy with who I pick. Nyla? Nyla's awesome. Titania's awesome. Oscar, I could give up Boyd. I don't want to. Alencia is good for healing. I mean, there's a lot of good people not on this group right now. Alright. Just gonna bite the bullet. I have to go back to outfit though. So this is showing me still everybody. Janaf. Trade to... Kanagas. And... Renolf. Why did I do that? Because that was not what I wanted to do. I'm sorry, the setup is so important, I feel bad. Trade. Luke's not going, but he doesn't have that. Ulki, do you have some? He does. And who else? No, Lyra doesn't have any. And Kurthnaga, he has some. Ina, she has a Lagoo stone. Where's Reese? There's Reese. Alright, Convoy. We need his magic. Gonna get rid of this heal. And take... Ooh, that just reminded me of something. Trade. Mist. Where are you? You're hiding from me, Mist. Stop hiding. Okay, have fun at PT. I have to wait till Monday for mine. There she is. Jeez Louise. Alright, I want to give him one of the psychic staffs. And then Mist is gonna take that one that he put in the convoy. going to be missing somebody, and I'm going to be really pissed at myself for forgetting it. That's all I can say. So we have choose units. We've got 16 of 16. God help me. Oh no. That thing I forgot, I didn't do yet. And he can't use anything, but he doesn't have anything to use yet. Convoy, take. Statue fragment. And Satori sign. I'll come back and grab those in a moment. Use the statue fragment. And then the Satori sign. We have to trade to one of the people who are going with us. He can't use one, we found that out. I don't think she can either, because she's a queen. Let's trade it to her and see if she can use it. Probably not. Nope. Trade. Knagus is a king, so he wouldn't be able to use it if that same thing follows. Renulf isn't going. Stop. Nisal's the king. He can't use it. Kurtnaga's not going. Ina's going. But I don't know what level is she. She's only level 22, so that won't help. Mordecai. I think I used... No, he's only level 20. Orim, 24. He's a king. He's not going to be able to use it. Kisa can't use it. So no one can use that right now. So I'm just going to let her carry it. And actually, Convoy take. She'll take those. And find somebody who's not carrying extra stuff. Convoy, take. I don't think we're gonna need an unlock. I don't know why I gave that to Skirmir. Skirmir's not going. That was stupid. Can I guess slowed her down? Lucia. Really want Lucia in this battle. He can carry stuff. I haven't given him very much. Take. Basically, I'm giving people everything I can take with me that they have room to carry, because if somebody levels up or something like that, then I can just swap it over and trade it to the person who can use it. Alright. Save. God help me. Alright. Rebirth, here we go. Alright. Everyone's almost ready. Who would you like to bring from the Heron tribe? Raysan, for sure. Raysan, would you join us? Gladly, I'll give you everything I've got. Alright, Tower of Guidance, here we come. It's so quiet. Is the goddess here? Mm-hmm. She's at the top. Be careful, everyone. This tower is Ashira's home territory. She's certain to have her most powerful troops waiting for us up ahead. We must proceed with the utmost caution.
So, you were companion to the very first Empress Altina. I am honored that you have chosen to speak with me.
You would trust in the word of a stranger?
Yes, I can see inside you. I know you cannot speak lies.
Is it possible? Do you share some aspect of my power?
I do, as did my mother. Generation after generation, each apostle has been blessed to hear the voice of the goddess. We know of impending disasters, how crops will fare. All revelations originally intended for you.
The children of my union with Altina. I had no idea.
Please, look at this.
That mark.
All of the apostles have borne this brand. It is our greatest secret. The senators must never know. Because of this brand, I thought that I had been born of some great sin. It plagued me always. Guilt tore at me every day as I hid my mark from my people, deceiving them constantly about my true nature.
Oh, child, how can I apologize to you?
And yet now that I've met you, I understand. There is no shame in my heritage. None at all. I will not live in hiding. I will reveal to the world that I am one of the branded. They must see there is no shame in who I am.
No, you mustn't. You don't understand the danger you will be placing yourself in.
Oh, but I do. The senators will do their utmost to rally the people against me, as they did when I freed the Laguz from slavery. But I will not be deterred. If I am to lead this nation, I cannot allow it to be corrupted by prejudice and hatred. I can put the life the goddess has given me to no greater good than this.
Such determination. Your eyes, they very much resemble Altina's.
I will stand before my people and proudly proclaim the truth. And then I will guide them to a just and honest future. This is my promise to you.
Thank you. Your strength of will, the truth that guides your life. You have shown me the way back to myself. I shall return to Goldoa and tell my friends of you and your actions. I will tell them that Laguz and Bjork may once again live together in peace. I will tell them that there is hope.
Thank you, Father of my mothers. I strive to be worthy of the gift of life you have granted me.
What was that? Was it someone's memory? What is it? Sorry? Oh, don't worry. It was nothing. All right then. Our path leads through that door there. Here we go. Oh, Steve, I've been there with the vertigo. I know what you mean. Hang in there, buddy. Be careful. Very, very careful. Well, well. Apostle Sanaki. What a surprise seeing you here. Frankly, I'm amazed that you, of all people, would dare to set foot inside the most holy tower of guidance. Lacane, we've been looking for you for a long time. You bound day into your awful pact, hounded noble King Peleus, and stole countless lives in your appalling war. You are beyond redemption. Beyond redemption. My, that does sound dreadful. Whatever will you do with me? Oh, and let me remind you, the blood pact is still in effect. You would do well to remember that. I think you know what will happen to the people of Dayan if you should dare oppose me. Enough. We fear your threats no longer. No more will we bow to your every whim. Now that we've found you, we will exact justice upon you, then destroy the Blood Pact itself, ending its power over us. So you figured it out, did you? It matters not. This changes nothing. Do you hear me? Here's a scroll for which you've been searching so diligently, right here in my hands. Ah! And yet, none of you will ever lay one grimy little finger upon it. I have been blessed by the goddess herself. Her protection will not allow you fleas to even approach me. Lacane, cease this travesty of virtue at once. What have we here? Oh yes, the apostle. Excuse me, child, but I had completely forgotten you were here. Since you've deigned to grace us with your exalted presence, dear apostle, let me share a bedtime story with you. The year was 640 Banyan era. The empire had been without an apostle for 15 long years. The senators were being constantly harassed with complaints from the people. There had been nothing like it in history. The voices calling for young Senaki to be crowned grew louder every day. You had just turned 5 years old when the Senate welcomed you to the throne as the new apostle. Ah, but my young Mistress Senaki. What the heck did I just do? What a difficult child you were. You threw tantrums. You screamed and cried constantly. Your conduct was hardly befitting an empress of Banyan. Everyone was at a loss. You wouldn't even stop mewling and crying during official proceedings. But then along came our youngest senator ever, Sephirin, Duke of Persis. When he took you in his arms, you immediately stopped crying. You even smiled. We had to take advantage of this obvious miracle. In an unprecedented move by the senators, we elevated Sephirin to prime minister, keeping him serving as close to you as possible. This plan, radical as it was, proved far more effective than we dared dream. A young, handsome prime minister and an adorable moppet of an apostle brought the people's support to incredible new heights. Apparently, the common citizenry is gullible enough to blindly follow any leader who is sufficiently attractive. Enamored as they were, no one ever seemed to care whether or not you could hear the voice of the goddess. With the new apostle and prime minister, the political landscape became unrecognizable. Even in the face of overtly unreasonable legislation, the two of you would stand on the balcony. A smile and a wave later, the people would cheer and go on with their happy lives. It was too good to be true, however. Both of you were only meant to be puppets. Each year you interfered with our government more and more, imposing your soft-hearted ideals over our sovereign rights. Were such triviality as Lagu's slavery and the Dayan occupation worth making issues of? The pair of you were becoming an increasingly bothersome thorn in our side, and then this war against the Lagu's forces. Thank you, Steve. You went so far as to expose our previous indiscretions and demand reparations for the subhumans. This was unforgivable. Clearly, you both had to be removed. Sephirin would be falsely accused and jailed, necessitating his removal from office. The apostle would suffer a sudden illness and be excused from official proceedings, or so we intended. And somehow, despite the extraordinary plans of great men, here you are, standing before my very eyes. If Sephirin and I hadn't been freed, you were just waiting for your chance to kill us, just as you killed my grandmother? Out of respect for the imminently deceased, I'll be completely honest. Yes, you assume correctly. Your assassination and the plot to once again frame the Serenus Herons for it was entirely my idea. Yes, I thought as much. Impressive, Sanaki. When you were first crowned, you would have cried your little eyes out. You've grown. Slightly. Nice guy. Lakain, Duke of Gados. Before the 37th Empress of Banyan, prepare to be judged. An amusing game, child. Truly. But you must know that there is nothing you can do against me. I am the greatest servant of the all-knowing, almighty Ashira. I am her chosen companion. And you, Sanaki, are a pathetic wretch, mewling behind her pack of Dayan curs. Ashira's judgment is upon you. You will not live to be turned to stone. You will die here as flesh and blood. Oh boy, here we go. So it feels like we just did this screen, right? Yeah, because we just did. So we have 17 out of 17 because they added our Heron friend. Just looking through. I mean, honestly, I took extra healers in this. I think I'll need them. I should say I think. I know I need them, but I don't know. Have to do the best I can. So we reposition. And every time I come to this point in the game, I show you what the field looks like, so to speak. And this is a very, very difficult place to be. And it doesn't look like any other battlefield that we've ever been on before. If you think about it, like some of the swamps and river areas we've been through, it kind of looks sort of like these could be filled with water, but as you can see, we are way up high in this tower. And there's stairs and stuff all over. Bad guys here. More stairs coming up. More bad guys. They have magic that can launch, some of them 3 to 10. So it becomes very difficult. Comes up to this guy at this door, and Hetzel, who we saw in one of the last battles. He was the one who had purchased Prince Raphael. That's a whole other story. So we come back down to our people, and then we have yet another staircase up on this side. More magic users and everything up here to where Lakain is. And there's a chest behind him. And then all these guys down here, and they have sleep staffs and stuff, so, oh goody. Loads of fun. And, oh, he has silence, by the way, and so, you know, that's trouble for my magic peoples. Just saying. So, the goal is that we are supposed to rout the enemy. If only it was just to kill Lakain, but it's not. So, we get to rearrange people, as always, before we go in. So I'm going to rearrange here. Soth in the front, Nasahala, there's Micaiah. Do not want Alencia in the front. Knagus, Nyla. Kurthnaga's going in the back. Ooh, and Ina's not ready either. They're both going to have to use, Instrumer. Yeah, they've all got to use stuff. Well, Ina can come up and she can do that faster. She has a stone. Sanaki is gonna stay, and Risa and him are gonna. So I have one to go this way, one to go that way, and one to come straight forward. Dear God, help us all. All right, we save, so we don't have to go through all the talking parts again. And I am so scared hitting right on this battle. Just looking around for a second. Okay, hang on. Alright, I just had to just confirm something on this game because what I wanted to make sure of, because this gets me every time I play this, and the very first time years ago that I played it, I didn't even realize it until somebody pointed it out to me, is that there are certain squares on this floor, if you notice, that look different. And they're not just there to look pretty. They're there because they stand for something. So if I click on this particular square here, and you look in the upper left of the screen, right above where it says route enemy, it tells you some stuff about these squares. So if I understand correctly, the first 0 next to the little arrow, that is your chance to dodge an enemy attack. Ish. Additional chance. The shield, I think the shield's fairly self-explanatory in the fact that it is defense. And so if you stand on a square that lights up with that shield symbol with a number by it, that adds to your defense. And then the pink circle is against magical resistance to magical attacks, I believe, if I said that correctly. So you not just are going forward and attacking these people, but you want to try to position your people onto these places to add to their support in the battle. Now, hang on one second, I'm gonna take my medicine. So here goes. This is one of the things I've been dreading since I started streaming this game, is this battle. So, one of a couple of battles. So Ike is gonna go forward. And I wish Ike had the King's Ring in this game like he had in the last game, where he could go and do stuff with his extra turns, but he doesn't. I'm gonna take Knagus over here and let him shift, and he's gonna attack over here. I'm gonna send Nyla behind him. Okay, and we've got Kurth and Ina. I'm gonna come back to them. Nisala is gonna go kind of straight the middle, because if he goes too far to either side, the bowmen that are on the edges, like this guy, can attack him. So if I put him here, he's gonna be shielded from magical attacks too. But he is going to be surrounded by these guys. And I'm going towards the one in front of him. He took a hit there, but you know, it's gonna happen. So again, that also adds to defending against magical stuff. Titania, I'm going to bring her this direction. And she is going to attack with her handy new axe that she got. And takes that guy out, luckily. And she's going to level up again, which is always helpful. Okay. So, I'm going to leave her here. She can kind of, we're going to try to do our little barricade type deal. Ina can transform immediately with her stone. And she's carrying a bunch of stuff for other people just in case. But I'm going to put her there. I've got Boyd. Oh, let's do Soth first. I'm going to put Soth here. But Soth is not going to attack that guy. He's going to attack this guy. And this might... Yeah, that's going to go bad. I don't want that to happen. I'm going to put Soth over here. And he's still not going to attack very much on this guy because this guy is a knight. And knights are typically, you know, well armored. And you can see people are taking pretty good hits. Now, attack. More horse-mounted units, and this is armored, so we want to use Thani. Alright, and this is not ideal, but let's see. Where can these guys go? They can get down to where Mist is. Okay. So I can still work with my plan I was hoping to go with. Silver Great Lance. Boyd. Attack. He is going to use his silver poleaxe, and we're going to go after the same guy. And he levels up too. Woohoo! Alright, so we've got Mist. Mist is going to come over, and these guys have lances. And I don't think, before I move her... Double bow, oh boy. I don't think any of those guys can physically reach her. Now let's look at our magic people. He's just psychic. 1 to 2. 1 to 2, and then double bow. Alright, so I think if I heal and put her over here, she'll be alright. Plus she's standing on one of those special spots. And let's use heal. And yeah, she's standing on the defense 10. So that's a good place for Mist to be standing right now. And then we've got Skrymir, and he is going to use this so he can transform sooner. And we've got Alicia, who I'm going to move her over this. What? Actually, she can come up. No, she can come up here. She can mend Titania. And then we can move her back to safety. Kurthnaga is going to come over here. And he... Oh, I forgot to give him transformation stuff. So he'll just wait. Rayson. We're going to come up and we're going to wake up Ike. And he's going to get out of the way. And this leaves us with a smallish possible problem. Let's get rid of that guy, and then we'll see if we can do anything about it. Alright, so that guy's out. He's the closest. So is Rayson safe? No, Rayson is not safe. Attack. Purge. We want to go after this guy. It wasn't the best we could do, but it was an attempt. Oh, I should have done him first. Oh well. Alright, let's see if we make it through the first round. He's gonna mute him. He missed. Thank God. This isn't going so good. Could go worse, but... Nyla goes up. I knew it. Alright. I'm just gonna start from that point over because there's no point in doing a battle. Restart. I knew I shouldn't have taken the chance on moving him up there, but I did. I tend to take risks. Some of them are risks, some of them are just not the best moves ever, but I saved after I moved everybody, so we can just go right into it. I'm gonna put Ike up here this time. Okay. This makes it difficult because you gotta get through all of these guys. Snapper, Napper. I just want to say Snapper. I don't know why, because the S and everything runs together. How are ya? I'm in big troubles with my game, because I'm at the hard part. Alright, and I've got Nyla. Okay. Now, obviously, since it didn't go well last time, I have to do things a little bit differently this time. I don't want to do that. I want to put her here, and she needs her new sword, her new axe. Okay. And she levels up again. Level up dance. One hit point. That's it. Oh my gosh. That sucks. Alright. Alright. Ina. You're not gonna be very helpful to me, are you? Alright, we're gonna try something different. Trade Ina for stone. And then he's gonna use it. Alright. You, my friend, need to change your weapon. And over here. He goes after that guy. And we're gonna put him here. And this time, unfortunately, I feel like I have to put Boyd here. Let me think. If I put Boyd there, I'm gonna put Boyd there, and then, all right, let's put Boyd over here. See what that looks like. That may or may not be acceptable. I don't know yet. I just want that guy gone. Soth, you're gonna come up here. You're gonna wait. And then... don't like it. So I've got my wall, basically, and then I just need to figure out where I want all my people to be. Reese can't get to that magic defense square, so he has to stay over here. Oh, thank you, Steve. Let me grab my water. I got my water. Give myself a stretch. You can hear my chair squeak, maybe. Oh, it seems awful quiet today. Normally it squeaks really loud. And then, now that I've stretched, I can fix my computer and sit up straight. Thank you, Steve, for making sure that I am taking care of myself. Since Rose isn't here, somebody has to remind me to take drinks and, you know, stretch and all these things. Take care of myself. Alright, so now we're back to what do I want to do with him? I kind of know what I want to do with him, but staff, let's heal Titania. And I don't think, yeah, she can't use any of the magic that goes farther back. And I think she's safe from... what is... yeah, they all have swords. So I think I can attack with... Bonnie. Just take some points on that guy. And then we're gonna keep Valencia, since no one else really needs a lot of healing. I'm gonna wake up Kurth and put him back down here. And I'm only doing this so I can put Kurth up here. Still keeps our wall in place, but it's what I do. It is a lot of opponents, and they are very strong opponents. Attack. We've got Purge. And Purge can't reach the people I really wanted to reach right now. So I think Sanaki is going to... where can that guy? He's 3 to 10. 1 to 2, 1 to 2. And it's him that I need to get a hold of. Because he can hit almost anybody. It's a pain in the butt. Alright, so... she's just gonna sit back here and wait. Skrimir is going to come up here. Actually, you can come to here and use this Olivia grass. And of course they healed him. Big surprise. And, well, I guess having Boyd put to sleep is better than having Ike put to sleep. And he put Reese to sleep. Oh no, he silenced him. Sorry. I said the wrong thing. Oh, Boyd is in trouble. Yep, he is in big, 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 big trouble. Doesn't matter who I put there, they always have a problem. Let's see what happens here. Nope, that's the one that was before. Alright. That wasn't good. The battle save, or not the battle save, the other save that I had was from the first attempt. And that's not where we want to start, was with Raison dying and starting over again. That'd be very circular and not very good. Just thinking. Trying something different. May not work very well. And not so great, but let's put on his poleaxe. Like it's a coat. Heal Oscar. And then let's off of him. I mean, it really doesn't matter. Well, I guess it does, but okay. Her new axe. Level up again. Ina is gonna come up. Use her Lagoo Stone. I'm gonna leave Kurth back here. And then this is the same side, so... I did not mean to do glare. But alright then. Sometimes I press the buttons a little too fast. I really gotta get that under control. I'm just saying. It's kind of a problem. I'm gonna see if I can do this. We can do that since, oops. Okay. Can use purge. Ooh, on this guy. There's one guy out of the way. Ooh, we've got his double bow. But I have an archer with me, so it's okay to send us the convoy. Well, I mean, Oscar uses a bow, but I didn't bring him along with me for using bows. I brought him for all his other skills. Skrimir is there. We're gonna keep Reese back here. Check everybody else. They look pretty good right now. Let's put Kurth here. And he's gonna wait out his change-o-meter. Silence, Micaiah, how dare they? This is what I'm talking about. When I fight dragons, they are always super powerful. But when I have a dragon and my dragon's fighting, they stink up the place. Just saying. No! Leave him alone! Boy, it levels up. It's an improvement over dying. Kitty. Come lay down. Get your nice soft pillow. That was unexpected. And I apologize for the crunching. I thought I muted my mic and I didn't. Alright, good news, bad news. We got through the first round. Okay. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, now I want to do that. Let's do it here. Use a vulnerary. And then... Alright, who has... Oh! Normal condition. Thank you, Mist, and thank you, me, for remembering to take the restore staff. Unfortunately, I don't think Valencia has one, because I think I only had one. Okay. So now we're going to work on correcting our mistake from before. Actually, before I do that, because he has an axe. One, 23, 20. So we basically want to go back to here. Almost did it again. I would have screamed if I'd done it again. Alright, so Nilo's blocking the way. Alright, so we need to get Race on over here and... he needs the Galder to wake up Mist. Oh, and he's gonna level up. Bonus. And he's gonna wait right here. So Valencia can wait here and just use, well, apparently just mend. Meanwhile, I've only got so many uses on this. Alright. So we've got Ina. How do I want to do this? Take that guy out. Put Nasala here. Bring her up. Take him out. And come back. Put Soth up here. It's not gonna do much of anything to him, but something's better than nothing. I've got Micaiah, attack, Thani. Ooh, that was a nice, unexpected little perk. Hi, Urban. I am in the end game of my thing. I've got several really hard battles. Oh, you finished it? Oh, that's awesome. I can't wait until when I'm done I can look at it. That was really cool. but I'm in the middle of the end of this game, and this game is just so hard at the end. How did I not give her any healing stuff? Alright. She's just gonna wait. And he is going to change to his silver lance and attack this guy. That was handy. Anybody left? Anybody? I should have put him on one of the squares, I forgot. Don't put her to sleep again or silence her again. I'm coming after you guys, you know, for putting my people to sleep. Okay, I'm gonna try to say it. Kuliaskresh? I'm probably saying that completely mutilated. Not gonna lie, I have no idea what your NG plus is. You're gonna have to tell me what it is because it's not ringing any bells in my head and this game has my brain fried. Oh, new game plus? I don't know. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest with you, because I'm so stressed out with this one. I was... Well, before I continue the battle, I'm torn between what games I'm... Well, I know one game I'm playing next, because when I finish Trails of Cold Steel 1, I'm definitely playing Trails of Cold Steel 2. My dilemma is what I'm going to play after Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn is over, and I wasn't planning on... If I play it, I wasn't sure if I would stream it, so I might save it a little while, because this last part of the game stresses me out so much that I kind of have to decompress. But I was thinking of streaming Awakening from the 3DS. I have it on my computer. That or something else. I've been just toying with the idea because I was hoping to finish this game by this weekend. We'll see how that goes. But I did the extra content on Path of Radiance, but I haven't done it on this. If they're, you know, that kind of thing. So, alright. So let me see what I've got here. He needs healed. Just a little bit. And if you don't mind, I'm just gonna call you Bayak because that's easier for me to say, if that's okay with you. If you don't mind, I would appreciate a follow if you don't mind. I'm always asking people for follows. And I have a Discord too, it's a lot of fun. I love talking with people on there. Alright, so it's a good thing that I healed him just so he could get injured right back again. Alright, Skrimir, do your thing. Do what I brought you here for, Skrimir. Alright, and we've got bow time! Woohoo! I go on there and check for messages from people, and if I get them on my phone, I go and talk to people. Every once in a while, I'm in regular voice chat on there. Sometimes I'm on voice chat with my moderators from Twitch and Discord and stuff, but I love just having discussions in the Discord itself when people are there. It's a lot of fun. Alright, let's get rid of this guy, because this guy can heal people, and I don't like that. It makes it hard when you're trying to win a battle. Who do we have up here? We got a tomahawk, an axe, the spell, and that. Let's see if Tabarn can help out over there. Ike, we need to get you up here ASAP because these guys up here are putting this guy. That's the one we need to get to. And of course I attacked the wrong guy. Yeah, I was gonna say that our time zones are so far apart that there's probably zero likelihood that we're awake at the same time. Yeah, it makes it hard. All right, now I'm going to try. Please help me, Ina. You don't do a lot for me. I'm asking you to do like a simple thing. All right, there's one guy. Just don't die now. Because otherwise I'm going to be really, really, really upset. Okay, we're doing better. Knock on wood. Oh gosh, I don't want to jinx myself. Definitely. Well, I mean, if nothing else, you can, you know, leave me messages in there and I can at least talk to you that way, or you can DM me. But, oh god, where can this... I got two guys who are, like, free to roam. Okay, they can't get to Micaiah. So that's good. And Micaiah can't do anything right now. Micaiah has no weapons. She's just gonna stand on the magic defensive square. Because these... Well, wait a minute. Because these guys have... lances, and they can't attack diagonally. So she can go here and stand on the defensive square. She should be safe, I think. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna try something over here. I don't know if it's gonna work. If it doesn't, we're gonna have backup on it. First I'm gonna do a battle save, like a regular battle save. So I battle saves, and I have save states that are running with my game at the same time for anybody who is interested. So I can kind of pick and choose when I want to restart my stuff. It's gonna do 16. I mean, I've gotta let Sanaki get some hits in here somewhere, right? Right? Am I wrong? I don't feel like that's wrong. Alright, take him out. Alright, and then... the thing that still worries me is this guy. It's his... I don't think this guy has... Yeah, he's just got 1 to 2. It's this guy. Because he can hit anybody who's in that area. Right now, basically all my healers are just back here. Heal Boyd. That would be helpful. That again. Oh, good luck with that. I had mine about the end of May, the second one. And my arm hurt a little bit, but there were 4 of us who went together, and of the 4 of us, 3 of us were as just sick and tired the next day as could possibly be. So I hope that you don't have that happen, because that stinks. But it's worth it. I have all kinds of allergies and stuff like that, and I was afraid to get the vaccine because of it, and mine actually went really well. If the worst thing that happened to me was that I felt sick for like half a day, I will take it to be safe. So be careful with that. And I will definitely look at it when I'm done with my game. I'm planning on playing as long as I can until I'm meeting with my friends again tonight to watch. We've been watching Umbrella Academy. I don't know if you've ever seen that on Netflix, but I've seen the first season. I've not seen the second season. Dang you! She's too far away to wake him up. You him too? Oh, okay, she can get to him. Ta ha ha. Bathe in my radiance. You suck. Oh my gosh, and they silenced more people! Good lord, you're silencing people who don't even do anything with talking. What the heck? Alright, I just have to deal with Ike and stuff because... Well, that was interesting. Take it. Come on, Ina. You could do better than that. Okay, alright. Come on. No! I hate reinforcements. Why? Oh. Gosh, I just want to get to that one guy and they know it. That's why they're preventing me from getting to him. Alright, Titania. We gotta change axes for a few minutes. Do it. Please. Alright. No more sleep. Alright, Skrimir, take him out. And they can't reinforce anymore. That didn't work out exactly quite like I hoped. That guy can't get to anybody right now, so I'm going after this guy. Oh, forgot. I keep forgetting she can't do any spells or anything like that. And Ina, I forgot to give her healing stuff. Alright, so I got rid of the sleep guy. This guy has... Oh no. He was the mute guy. And this sleep guy. So now I gotta get these guys up here. Oh, we got a panacea, which we will send to the convoy. I'm gonna battle save because I'm gonna try something. It may be a stupid bad idea, but at least the battle save is right there. He's got a bow, so he can't attack me. Oh, I can't use that on him. I have to use this one. She's probably gonna die. Can she use Perchum back here? Hetzel, I had thought that you alone might be above Lakane's foul conspiracy. It saddens me to see you at his side. No, Apostle Sanaki, I didn't ask for excuses. You fight alongside Lakane. That's more proof than I'll ever need. You are right. I fight with him. I had no choice. But please, understand that I've always done my best to honor and respect your majesty. Then how do you explain my confinement in Mainall Cathedral? I I didn't do anything. It was all a cane. I didn't know anything about it and only heard later. And why didn't... Bleh. And when you did hear of it, why didn't you stop it? Sorry, I had to take a drink there in my throat. I couldn't. Actually, I could have, but it didn't say anything. It was the same with Misaha and the Serenus Massacre. I didn't say anything. In other words, you stood by as my grandmother and the Serenus people were killed. Please, forgive me. Alright, that was probably the smarter choice. He has a silver bow, so he can go to here. Okay. None of these guys can do anything because they're all, well, Kurth can move, but he can't transform. That doesn't do us any good. These guys are okay. I just wish that... Who needs... It was Ina, and I don't think I can reach him from here. Oh, I can't get to Ike. And I can get to Ina. Ina probably needs it more than Ike. Alright, let's see. So these guys again... Soft. You can come over here. And you can throw a knife at that guy. Why didn't you take him out? It's the least you could do. Goodness gracious. Okay. Again, Kurth could move, but he can't attack anybody yet. We've got Mist here. She can restore. So I can move her... carefully. Oh god. Did I screw up? No, I didn't. Okay. Well, he can get to Micaiah, though. That could be a problem. Staff Psychic. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, again, I think Soft needs it more than him. Kurth. What to do with you, Kurth? Alright, I don't know if this is gonna help me or not. No, I mean, he can get up there, but not far enough for what I was wanting. Valencia, can you grab her? Ah! Oh, I forgot. He warps around the whole freaking place. And he healed himself. Of course he did. You're going after Mist. No! That sucked. See if this is before I moved him. It is before I moved him. Well, before I do what I did before. Right now they're all locked in. And it's because I moved soft. Okay. And I brought Kurth up, but I think I brought him up too far. Because those guys just whammed on him. He was okay over here. so who did we... we healed Ina. And, Soth, because Soth got hurt, but Soth's not hurt now, so we can heal Skrimir. And that way also, like I said, these guys are all blocked in now, and I don't have to worry about them coming after Micaiah. Oh, that's right, she can't heal because she's muted. But Mist can unmute her. Oh, brilliant. And she's on the magical resistance square. Let's do Ina first again, because she's weaker than Ike. And he's gonna poof away again. Let's see. Wow, she leveled up. The miracle! Oh, I forgot to change her to her hand axe for it, and I never changed it back. Apparently it didn't hurt me any. Okay. Alright. Alright, Skrimir. Nice. Good job. Nice. She is still muted. She is muted. Alright, Snaki. Alright, Lacane is out. Yes. This can't be. I was chosen. Whew. Okay. So that means we should get no more reinforcements. And we should be able to let everybody just hopefully take up what's left on the field out. So we've got our healers. Let's let Alencia mend Kurth. And come back here. These guys can't really do much because, you know, hello. Muted. Although she can use sacrifice, but she doesn't really need to right now. I'm gonna put him up with these guys. Let's see what happens. First, you're gonna heal him. You gonna mute her now? Put her to sleep. Sleep. So tired of these guys reinforcing. They shouldn't be reinforcing. They must be because what's his name is still up there. Hetzel. Okay. So he's transformed back, so we want to let her take this guy out. And she didn't do it. Oh, he didn't do it either. That sucks. So this guy has 1 point left, and I want to keep him penned in, but he can... Oh, we can't open the chest until it's over. Damn. She's asleep. Who needs healed? Nobody needs healed up there. Alright, so you can come back up though. Except I can't get to him because Scrimmer, I just left Scrimmer there. Alright. They all have shine. Of course they do. Okay. I'm getting there. I forgot to move him back. Damn. Okay. Ooh, and he leveled up. For a whole point. I mean, she can attack. That's all she can do right now, because she can't use her staff. Okay, I can't go do that, but I can do this. She can't do anything. I just gotta hope that this heron here can withstand whatever has happened. Okay. Just gotta make it through this one now. Put him to sleep. Of course you're going, oh, you went after Boyd? And you went after Boyd. I'm very surprised by this. Okay, so let's bring Perth back. Wait, put Ina up. There can be no forgiveness for my hand in these evil deeds. Salvation is denied me and my stained soul. My torment will be eternal. Save me, my goddess. Sorry, I get to take a drink. Okay. Got Nyla. Okay. Soth is asleep. Gonna come up and we are going to heal. So then she can sacrifice next turn for this guy. And we still have to get rid of him. Ooh, and Skrimir is ready to transform. So I'll put Titania over here for a moment. And we'll let Skrimir come down and he can get in this battle again. Yeah. Alright, let's do this. Because I'm afraid. Alright, so now I'm going to bring him forward. And he can change to his Great Lance for right now. He's taking a pretty good hit for it. Oh, his speed went up one. Okay. And Tsunaki gets some points, finally. And let's let our Heron friend wake her up and so she can try some points on that guy. Because why not? No damage. Alright. Tabarn is going to work his way up towards everybody else now. Reese is going to heal Boyd. Or Mend, because that's what he has. And then Boyd is going to go up here. Yeah, I can't get him on the special squares quite yet. We're close, but we're not there yet. And Mist is going to move forward onto one of those squares. She needs to use a vulnerary. She didn't have a vulnerary. Trade. He has concoctions. I don't want to use a whole concoction. What about Tsunaki? Did I give Tsunaki? She has an elixir. What do you have again? Oh, well, doesn't matter because I hit the wrong button. So close. It's killing me. I'm so tired of reinforcements. All my weak people are down there. Alright, so Boyd has to come back. That didn't do a whole lot. Tabarn, get over here. Alright. And what do we have now? We have these two down here with these knights. We've got these guys up here. And that guy's hemmed in. This would bring Kanagas down. That's a little confusing with the two of them on there at the same time, Kanagas and him, but let's see how far he can get down here. Okay. Alright, let's move Titania down here. And soft levels up. And she's gonna use sacrifice. And Ike. And Ragnar. Alright, we've got Ina. Now, because that guy's blocked in, there's just only that guy there. I'm gonna bring Ina back. Bring Kurth here. Just in case. He needs to heal or be healed. And there's no one available to do it right now. So he either has to do it himself or what. Let's see if we can attack this guy without dying. Actually, before that, let's battle save again. Okay, that did both. That killed the bad guy, and he healed him. And he can get up and wait by the chest. Alright, one is out. Got another level up. That's very good. And you just killed yourself by running into Titania. Oh, why? So annoying. You gotta wait for everybody to be unmuted, because that's what they did, is he muted like 20 people at once. Not that for most of them it mattered, but some of them it did matter. Okay. So we're gonna start with Nyla. Can he open this? No. one more. Shove Micaiah. We're playing Shove Micaiah. You can't shove Micaiah. You can. See if she can make it now. Oh, one more. We need one more. No, and she can't make it! How about you? No, you're too weak anyway. And you need to come down. Micaiah, this is it. I pried this from Lacane's dead fingers. It's the actual blood pact. At long last, we finally found it. All that misery Dayan has suffered over this wretched parchment. I know, but with this we can finally free Dayan from the curse. Come on, Micaiah. You know what to do. Of course. Phew. And she destroys it. At long last. That's it. What a relief. No one else has to die now. Thank goodness. Oh, Peleus. Hey! Micaiah, there's another pact here. Lacane was carrying two of them. What's going on? Oh, that one is mine. Kilvus as well? It makes sense that he would carry them all with him. All the betrayal, all the lies. Dayan's too good for you, Dayan. Death's too good for you, Lacane. But it's over now. Kilvus and Dayan are finally free. Free, such a sweet word. Yes, it is. But if we can't save our petrified countrymen, then it's a pretty hollow freedom. You're right. The job is only halfway done. The goddess is still ahead. Lacane. To think that the warped dreams of one treacherous madman could corrupt an entire nation. Apostle, are you well? So you still insist on calling me Apostle? I think we're past that, Ike. So what should I call you? Miss Sanaki? How rude. You have no right to address me with such familiarity. Please, call me Empress. Got it, Empress. You don't have to say it like that. Loosen up a bit. Oh, give me a break. You creatures are made of some tough meat. I don't think that girl even needs to hear the divine word, do you? Yune, you're a bit of a mystery yourself. It almost sounds like you're happy to see that people don't necessarily need you. The one constant truth of people, Ike, is that nobody can stop them from changing. People sometimes do things that even the highest divinities couldn't imagine. That makes me sad, but that also makes me very happy. That's why I love people so much. There are some changes that the goddess can't even predict or control. Maybe Ashira resented that. I don't know, but I do know that Ashira loved people. I'm sure of it. Save! Phew! Took me about as long as I thought it might. And we're going upstairs and more stairs. Are we going the right way? Yes, Ashira is at the top. We're going up. This is definitely the right way. I'm a little disoriented because this is much bigger than it looks from outside. It's not my imagination, is it? To be honest, you probably shouldn't look around too carefully. True miracles can overwhelm and terrify mortal minds. If you dwell on what you see here, you might stop climbing. Really? Yes, really. Well, for most people anyway. You're all the exceptions. You are all focused on your one goal, and you can't die until you achieve it. That's what you think, right? Yes. Desire propels people forward. That's how it's been since the beginning of your kind. Your hope. Take, give, kill, struggle. Out of all those needs and desires, hate and strife are born. And that's all right. You should strive to fill that want. You should challenge your fates. When all else fails, you can still die fighting. Your philosophy is pretty extreme too. Ashira doesn't forgive people for their imperfections. But you embrace both the good and evil natures of people. You seem to enjoy our internal struggles. A straight road is boring. Defeat and destruction are far more interesting than stasis. Is there a goddess who takes the middle of the road approach? Well, long ago... Wait. Stop, everyone. We need to talk. The next one who stands in our way is someone deeply tied to you. Let's go. You've come. Welcome, son of Gawain. Welcome, all courageous warriors. I wonder how I didn't notice. Your composure, bearing, voice, it seems obvious in retrospect. I wish I had had the chance to fight you, or see you fight, General. Then I would have known a lot sooner. Unfortunately for both of us, that opportunity never came. So it really is you, the Black Knight. No, General Zelgius. Ike, I have long looked forward to the day we would fight again. Now that it is here, let us not delay any longer. Raise your sword and begin. Let's finish this. Ike, be careful. Trust me, all right? Fine. I won't allow anyone to interfere with our fight. Agreed. It's better this way. I can focus on you. No draw, no escape. One wins, one loses. We shall end this. One of us will live, and one of us will die. I'm ready. Goodbye, General Zelgius. Dun 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 dun. Oh my gosh. Okay, first save, because... Save! Okay, now, notice how it says choose units. It gives you 2 people. And you're required, or sorry, party is full, it gives you 17 people. I apologize, I said that wrong. So you can go through and pick who you want. So Ike and Makai are here, Soth. Probably gonna leave Snaki out, Krasnaga out, Ina probably out. Skrimir I'll take, Nasala. I don't know if I need that many healers, but we'll keep Mist for the moment. Nyla, yeah. Titania, Oscar Boyd, Reese, Valencia, Kanagas. Race on. Oh, so we get the same 17, I forgot. Okay, so here they are. I don't know why it says choose. Reposition. So Ike's stuck on this side of the barricade with the Black Knight. Everybody else is down here. And you can see they have enemies all surrounding them down here. So we've got Titania, and we need somebody strong on the... We need people strong on the front. Soft. And Kai, of course, is in the back. I think that's probably about as good as we're going to be able to do. Oh, I've got Nyla. I can move Nyla out here. And I want these two next to each other because they need to share the stone. Alright, save again. And let's see what we have for outfit items. Alright, so it only gives us the people that are with us this time. Remember last time it let us do more? We can do manage, award XP. Ike, we've got 6,000 bonus XP. Don't usually award it on the field like this, but here you go. 14 to 15. And we've got more. I really feel like I need to give them all to Ike. And boy could use some. Titania doesn't need any. She does all her stuff on her own. She doesn't need help. Earthnog Micaiah, she leveled up. She could use it. I'll give her a little bit. She just had her class change. Even though she doesn't look much like Micaiah anymore, does she? Since she sort of, for lack of a better way of putting it, is merged with Yune. She's soft. We're not going to do anything there. Ina is not helpful. Queen, Aaron. Alright. I'm going to spread these out between mostly Ike and some to Micaiah. He needs every bit of help he can get against the Black Knight, I'm just saying. Alright. I can give a couple. Ooh, a whole 2 to Micaiah. Alright, so we don't have any skills to assign. We haven't gained anything. Outfit. Items. Oh boy. Save. Alright, here we go. Into the next part of this nightmare. I'm gonna leave Ike. Notice Ike is standing on a defensive square. And if I move him off of that, there's one here. And there's one here. And so I'm gonna just stay right here and see if he comes to me. These guys, on the other hand, have a whole different set of problems. So we have defensive squares right where we're at. So we're gonna put Kanagas here and let him shift. We're gonna shift the Bird King. And he's gonna wait. And let's do it this way. Let's put Nyla. No. And soft. Wait. We want her inside. Now we're gonna put Boyd. And we're gonna put Titania. Actually, Titania's gonna go back to square. Screamier's gonna come over. He needs to have his Olivia Grass to help him be ready to transform. Valencia's moving to the middle. And I'm gonna put Micaiah up here. Reese is staying, and right now we're gonna put Sanaki and Raysan at the back, which I'm just gonna use the Galder to get him points. Alright, now, he had the stone last. Oh, there's only one. Alright then. So she will also wait in the back and let her meter run up on its own. Oh, are you kidding me? Really? That didn't help any. Hello, why are you not setting? I just forget how strong some of these guys are, and then forgetting to check what weapons they had. My bad. Alright, so we saved right before we went in. Alright, so again, Ike is gonna stay. This time we need to get Reese in the back. Reese on towards the back. We're gonna put him there. I want Micaiah up though. Let's try something different. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Nyla. Come help. Okay. And we've got Soth. I think Soth is better off over here. I could be wrong. Alright, so we can't move her all the way out of the way, or him all the way out of the way. But we do the best we can. I'm gonna bring her over. And I'm gonna bring Kurth over. I was hoping to bring him closer than that, but... This is gonna stay back here. And Snarky. This is different than what I did before. Let's see how it works, if it works. Gosh, there's so many of them. Wading through it is torture. I just have to get over the fact that I did it again. I don't know why I went down to the bottom one. Because I was thinking it was the fight button, I guess. Okay. Boy, alright, so that plan was not a good idea. So let's go back to the normal plan. Silver Great Lance. Shift Nyla. Get Mist inside. Get Raysan. As inside as I can get him, which is probably going to be here. Curse. Can take Dragon form. And hopefully I can bring, well, leave Makai where she is right now. One step at a time. Let them come to me. Did you see that? Did you see that against him? Oh my gosh. Okay, Ike. Ether. Trigger Ether. Please, trigger Ether. wish I could heal from over here. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay. Sorry, I'm dreaming just for a little bit there for a moment. Okay, attack. I don't want to attack that guy, I want to attack this guy. No. Alright. I wanted to try it. I should have looked at the numbers. I was too excited. Gotta calm down. Accumulation. 646. Alright, this is the closest one I have. Nope, that's the old one. Oop. See where that one is. Nope, that's still the old one. These are gonna be back too far. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's the entire different battle. Alright. And why is it... I kept hitting the wrong time. Yeah, this is gonna be the wrong one. Because she's already over there. So only thing to do, because it didn't save state it, is to start it over again. Crud. And fight. Alright, begin again with Ike. Get everybody shifted. Let's get Mist inside. Reese in the back. Lindsay in the back. Ina. Ina where she is. Earth. We'll try. No, he was gonna protect Sanaki. Sanaki needs to be over here. And then Kurth can come out here. Use his Lagu Stone. Put him back. I don't want him to go too far because they can get to Valencia. So hopefully that gives him some time and a little bit to get ready. And we have just Micaiah, who will leave there. And hopefully get through this one again. Because it worked out. And I did the formation better this time, so we shall see how things go. Well, you'll see how things go. My mouse just took my screen away, so I had to come bring it back. Okay. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. I just gotta hope that when it gets to Ike, the Ike gets as good a turn as he got last time. Yeah. Pretty darn good. And just gotta keep everybody else alive. Although he did take a little hit himself, but... Alright, start with Soth. Okay. And he has a great lance. Silver Great Lance. And then go back into place. Now I can only attack that guy without breaking formation, so that's what I'm gonna do. Now this guy has 4 points, and this is what I did last time. I'm not gonna hit the trigger on it yet. I just wanna look. But yeah, she'll hit him supposedly for 4. When a battle save. Because, dang on it, she should be able to hit him for 4 points. Let's try it again. Even though the numbers don't look good. If she hits him first and does it right, it won't matter what he can do. And she didn't. Alright, so we'll pick up right exactly there. I'd like to see them be able to do some of these things. And I don't mind trying it out. Sometimes it doesn't, like then, doesn't work in my favor. Because technically speaking, she should hit him first. Unless he has like super high speed or something. She should hit him first, and then his 4 points are gone, and then she's fine. Clearly that's not the case because it happened twice, but I'm ever hopeful. Okay. So, Mist, you will be staying right where you are right now. Who needs... Oh, no, you're gonna heal somebody. You can come over here and heal Oscar, and then go back where you were. And you are going to wake up Oscar, so you can have another go. And he's gonna come over and hopefully take this guy out this time, because he didn't last time. There we go. And comes back. Alright, so that leaves us with this guy. And we've got Sanaki back here. Right now we've only got bladesmen that are close by. He's got a spear, so we gotta get him out. So let's try that first. Alright, so we've got that done. And then we've got nobody that I can see right now that is in range of actually hitting Sanaki. Can't you guys still level up? Okay. Ina's gonna go one square back. And Skrimir can't move because he can't hit the guy that, or he created an opening trying to hit a guy. So we're gonna change Boyd's axe. I don't like doing it right now, but it's the best decision to make right now. Alincia I'm gonna put here. And who needs healing? Earth. Okay. So Kurth can come back. He can attack from a space away. And Skrimir, we're gonna move him back too because that way he can only get attacked from one side. And now he's ready to transform on his next turn. And oh, Tabar. Let's go over and take out the guy with the short axe, shall we? And then we just have Reese and give Kurth a few more points. Some experience for Reese. If we make it through this turn, we'll save again. Of course, he heals. They're all ganging up on Soph. Well done. And this is why I wanted a bunch of healers with me. This is not fair. He healed and now he's taking a turn. But he died. Impressive. Most impressive. And the Black Knight is down. And Ike levels up. And it's over! Yay! All of that just to do that. Here we go. Ugh. You're stronger. Much stronger than before. I have you to thank for that. I grew stronger through our previous fight. Your swordsmanship was fearsome. Fiercer and more powerful than any I've ever seen. After our duel 3 years ago, I trained hard, trying to remember all of your skills and techniques. General Gawain was invincible at the time he trained me. To surpass him was my ultimate goal as a swordsman. Was I as skillful as you remember my father in his prime years? Did you see his shadow in my sword? I certainly did, Ike. Thanks to you, I was able to fight my master at the height of his glory days. Black Knight Zelgius, you were my father's killer and my last teacher. I spent most of my life shrouded in darkness, but my life had meaning. Now I'm certain of it. Farron, I will wait for you in the afterlife. Let's move on. We don't have much time left. The swords are calling to each other. The Holy Sword Alendite. It's the counterpart to your sword, Ragnell. I think it wants you to take it up. Can you still fight? Yes. I will keep fighting. I won't stop until I die. What's happening? What?
You bear the mark. So that's your secret, is it? The blood of the Laguz runs through your veins.
Yes. There was someone on my father's side who was with the Laguz. My lord, the brand. Do you know of a way to remove it? This cursed thing, I'm an outcast from my family. I joined the military to escape the shame and hatred in their eyes. I live in fear of discovery. When I think that I might see that same shame and hatred in another's eyes, I come close to despair. I have lived my life alone, unable to trust or become close to anyone.
Such loneliness and isolation, you poor child. It pains me to tell you that I know of no way to remove your brand.
I understand. It was a foolish question. I apologize. Lord Sage, I realized some years ago that I was aging more slowly than others do.
And you wish to conceal that fact, don't you? Is that why you rarely remove your armor, even when indoors? And once again, you will be alone.
I am accustomed to being alone. My only hesitation is that I will miss studying the sword under my commander, General Gawain.
When the time comes for you to leave, will you come to me, perhaps?
My lord?
We share a similar condition. I see something familiar within you. I can understand your pain and isolation.
But why me?
I have a task that I must accomplish. With you at my side, I would feel more confident of my success.
If I join you, will I be redeemed?
I cannot say. At the very least, however, you will no longer be alone. And neither will I.
That is enough, then. You have made my decision simple. When I leave here, I will find you. I am a soldier in the Dayan army. I serve under the command of General Gawain. My name is Zelgius. May I ask your name, my Lord Sage?
My name? Of course.
Whose memory was that? It's just one of many. They're swirling everywhere. The tower resonates with their strength. Who is it? Who do they belong to? There's such sadness. Zelgius met someone, one lonely soul calling out to another. But he's no longer with us. Zelgius is gone. And now the soul that remains is once more alone. And we got Alendite. Save, yeah. More talking. How dull. I don't sense any enemies nearby. I know. Would you all like me to tell you a story as we climb? What kind of story? One from long ago, long before the grandparents of anyone here were born. In the very beginning of this world, there was only water, until one day a girl appeared. The girl was very clever, and she forged the first land. Then she made trees and flowers, and then she created beings. The girl was you, right, Yune? Or are you talking about Ashira? Both, really, and neither, actually. At first, the girl was excited by her new world, and she thought of little else. Then she started feeling lonely. Everyone, every being she'd created was different from her. Not a single person that could truly understand her. All alone, she grew sadder and sadder, crying for thousands of years. Then some creatures began to grow and change, becoming more clever and sophisticated. They tried to comfort the girl and eventually grew closer to her. That was the birth of the Zunanma. They were your ancestors, Bjork, Laguz, everyone. In Banyan, we are taught that the Zunanma were human. Bjork ancestors. I'm sure there was some selfish reason why the senators would teach that. Probably helps justify Laguz slaves. It makes me wonder what else in my country has been warped beyond recognition. It's possible that the truth was simply misunderstood, like the way everyone calls me a dark god. But let me continue. The Zunanma worshipped the girl as their own goddess. They said her hair was as striking a color as the dawn's first light, so they gave her a name. The goddess of dawn. She was a much-loved goddess. The goddess of dawn. The Zunanma continued to evolve and change, giving rise to a variety of races and tribes across the land. Naturally, each of the races thought their own was superior to the others, and conflict arose between them. The goddess tried to make peace amongst her people, but nothing could stop the warring Zunanma. Trying to separate the factions, the goddess gave them different names, Laguz and Bjork. But this only intensified their conflict. Hydrate and stretch, Tinky Rose. Ugh. And then the Great Flood occurred. The goddess was only trying to bring an end to the fighting. But her power was so great that all the continents were drowned in the flood. All except Teleus. Are you sure about this story? It's very different from the histories that we've been taught. True, in Hatari we learned that the flood was a punishment, but this sounds like she didn't even do it intentionally. That's why we have always been so adamant that the Dark God must not be released from the medallion. Laguz rulers have been taught this for generations, though it was particularly stressed in times of war. Among Bjork nations, we only know a vague fairy tale about the Dark God stirring up a great disaster. Neither the Laguz nor the Bjork have an accurate depiction by the sound of it. I wonder where the story got twisted. There is another standing in our way. I have a feeling he might be able to tell us. Father? Huh? My father. Just beyond these doors. My father is waiting. Digensi, king of Goldoa. He's supposed to be one of the three who defeated the dark god, Yune. He has been blessed by Ashira. Not only that, but it's a powerful, resilient blessing from long ago. He may be nearly impossible to defeat. Let's get everyone together. There's no better time than now. I was hoping to avoid this until we reached Ashira. Actually, I hoped not to have to do it at all. But she's left me with no choice. I will give you the blessings of Yune, goddess of chaos and freedom. In their natural state, the attacks of mortal creatures have no effect on divine beings. When Ashira set out to defeat me, she gathered her strongest warriors and bestowed on them some of her power. This is called the goddess's blessing. She empowered the dual swords of the Bjork swordswoman Altina, the Laguz warrior Soen, and Digensi, the leader of the dragon tribe, were also blessed. I failed then, but this time will be different. I'll use Ashira's own tricks, and I won't be defeated. Everyone, take some time now to ready yourselves. Bjork, be sure to equip your best weapons. I'll begin when everyone's ready. And we have info. Micaiah. Are you alright, Micaiah? Yes, I'm fine. How about you, Soth? Are you alright? You're not hurt? I'm not a child, Micaiah. When are you going to start treating me like an adult? Show me your hand. What? Look at your hands. They're so big. They were so small when we met. Micaiah. Sorry, am I interrupting something? Commander. It's alright, Ike. How can we help you? I was scrounging around in my stuff and found some extra medicine. I figured I'd ask around to see if anyone needed it. I need to go get ready. Hey, there's no rush. We still have... He didn't catch a word of that, did he? I'm sorry about that. How long have you been with him? A long time. I met him when I was hiding out in the back alleys of Navasa over 10 years ago. He was so skinny, but his gaze was so piercing. I wondered how such a young boy could look like that. And look, see, that's another sign of how she's aged so slowly. One day, I noticed he was standing close to me, just watching. He continued like that for a few days. One day, I held out my hand. He was suspicious of me, but came over anyway. He looked like a scared animal. Then his little hand slipped into mine. It was shaking. His fingers were so thin and frail, I couldn't let go after that. After that, we traveled together all over the continent. No matter where we went, we were always together. The first time I met him, he'd hidden on a ship we were taking. He mentioned he was looking for someone who was like family to him. It was you he was searching for, wasn't it? I tried to leave him behind. When we went to Crimea, I split off from him and took a ship to Banyan. But when I reached Banyan, war had broken out between Crimea and Dayan. I knew I had to return to Dayan to look for him. I couldn't find him, so I went to Crimea, but I still couldn't find him. We found each other again after the war in Dayan, in the back alleys of Navasa, where we first met. You took routes opposite to each other. When I told him why I disappeared, he got so angry. I'd never seen him get so emotional before. I can't say that I blame him. I'd be pretty furious if I heard someone that I loved was wandering around 2 countries at war. Besides, I'm sure he'd hidden his feelings about being abandoned until he saw you again. I thought I was reaching the limit of how long I could stay with him. He grew each and every day, but I remained the same. I didn't want him to be harmed by the curse I lived with. Can you imagine how hard that would have been on him? You mean the blood of the Lagoose? So you knew. Did you find out from the boy who's always beside you? Soren? Yeah, I guess you both know how to recognize people with a similar nature. Yes, he and I are both branded. Don't use that word. You and Soren are both people, just like me and everyone else. People. You're just like Yune. You call both Lagoos and Bjorks people. Why should I care about the color of your hair, eyes, or skin, or your ears, wings, or tail? No matter how long you live or what powers you possess, we're the same. At the end of the day, we're all people. Soth talks that way too. His time with you changed him. Thank you, Ike. I've made up my mind. About what? I didn't realize we were doing anything but talking. I thought I might travel to a far-off place after all this was over, but I won't. I'll go back to Dayan. No matter what happens, I'll have Soth by my side. I have nothing to fear as long as he's with me. It seems the feelings between you two run both ways, but that's probably the wisest choice for Dayan. And Soth, too. Anyway. Oh, may I have some medicine? Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Survive, Micaiah. We need you, and the goddess you host, to save the people of Tellius. Yes, I know. And we got an elixir. We are going to send the extra Thani, the lower use to Thani. There, we have Sanaki. Zelgius is the Black Knight? I don't know what to say. It's unbelievable. What was he like in Banyan? He was the right-hand man of my most trusted aide, Duke Sephirin of Persis. He was a hero, a perfect general, and the best swordsman in all of Tellius. He was never anything but loyal. But he was serving another country. It makes me wonder how Sephirin is doing. I doubt he's been turned to stone. Even though he was captured by Lacane and forcibly removed from his post, he'll have found a way to persevere. Sigrun always said there's no other master of the arcane arts who can compare with the Duke of Persis. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Ike, don't tell me you suspect Sephirin. Well, look at the facts. Don't trouble your mind with that thought. He would never betray me. It's nice to think so, but if he's not petrified, he'd have received a message from Yune. So where is he? The goddess isn't perfect. She said so herself. Maybe the message didn't reach everyone. You have to admit that's a weak excuse. Let's leave it at that for now. We need to focus on moving forward. Please, let's. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something for you. What is it? Well, you're my trusted aide, just like Sephirin. You have to live, so protect yourself with this. A mercenary with a contract to act as aide to the Empress of Banyan. Who'd have thought? But thank you, Sanaki. You're welcome, Ike, and thank you. And we got Pavis and Raison. Ike, take a look at this. Hey now, where'd you stumble across it? Lying around inside the tower. It seemed like the sort of thing I should bring to your attention. That's very nice of you, but you didn't have to. Do whatever you want with it. Really? Do you think I'll be able to use it? Well, don't get hasty. I don't think it's right for you. I know, I'm just kidding, Ike. Thanks. It's a very rare item. I'll cherish it. Please do. And we got guard. And we are going to send a vulnerary right now to the convoy. And then we have some options. No. Info we just did. Items. So they're the same, really. Well, unfortunately for me, we're not at a base. Oh, Rose, I looked down from all my stuff and thank you. Sam says hello half far from him. Aw, thank you. And tell Sam I said thank you too, okay? That's so sweet. Oh gosh, I'm so nervous, you guys. This just, you have no idea what's coming, and it's so hard. I think we're all ready. I'll need the Lagoos to transform. Let's begin. Okay, I'm all done now. Whew, that was really hard. I think I need to rest. Micaiah, are you feeling alright? You don't look so good. I'm fine. Thank you, Sa. What happened to Yune? She's sleeping. She wants us to take it from here. Alright. If we're all set, let's move out. I wouldn't say we're all set, but you're not giving me any other options, so here we go. I think we're going in. I need a sound effect for that. Hi. Hi, Oceanic. Hope you're doing well. Father. The Dragon King, Degensi. Kurthnaga, I wasn't expecting this. It's safe to assume that you've come prepared to fight? How many times have I said it now? How many times have I warned against starting another war? We have betrayed our vow to our goddess. We should have learned, but the fighting never stopped. Now we must pay for our crimes. We must take responsibility and accept Ashira's judgment. No, you don't understand. It wasn't the war that awoke the goddess. Oh, hey, Sam. Thank you. I don't know. I don't know how it happens. I wasn't talking about red armor this time, so it wasn't that. No, you don't understand. It wasn't the war that woke the goddess. It was my song, The Galder of Release, freed the goddess. You can't expect me to believe that. We will wait here patiently for the punishment we deserve. If you are unwilling to await judgment, you will stand against the greatest of all dragons. Rawr. Where's Maggie would say, ah. Oh boy. Dragons. The king of dragons. He's scary. Oh, thank you, Sam. Thank you for hanging out with us. Father, no. Why must we fight? There must be a way to talk this through. It's no use, Kurth. We have no choice but to fight. We must reach the goddess, and not even the king of dragons can stand in our way. You want to think about that again? Alright, it says choose units 17 to 17. Guess what? Same 17. Alright, we do get to outfit. And we have to manage. And we can award XP now. So Ike has 3... Yeah. No, 4. 4 of his 8 stats maxed out right now. So that's really good. He could go up more, and we're gonna go up more over the next battle. It's gonna cost me a couple thousand points to get him 1 level, but I think it's worth it. So Ike is leveled up. My Vanguard, Micaiah, and oh, there he is, Soth. Soth. Oh, Ina, I wish you were a better dragon. Bet you don't hear that phrase every day. Bet you were a better dragon. Valencia. No. Boyd. And back to Ike. And we can only give points, 1 point to Micaiah. And now we can go back to the skills menu. And we get assigned, we have guard, which can redirect attacks aimed at supported allied units towards this unit, and they must be adjacent to each other. And then we have Pavis, can nullify the effects of an enemy unit's attack. Ike does not have room for any of those. He needs ether and he needs dragon foe because we're fighting, guess what? Dragons. So, I gotta figure out. I want to redirect if Micaiah has room. I don't think she does. She has 50 and 60 and they both need 20. So I'd have to take off. Ooh, well, sacrifice is good and it's bad. She doesn't need shove, but that's not going to give me 20. And that doubles their XP gained. Although at this point, I don't know if that's really beneficial to her. The shove is locked. Shit. And they're both 20. Yeah, so I can't get enough off of her to give her space. Soth. What does Soth have? He has 10 as well. Guard can reject. Aimed at supported ally towards this unit. Yeah. Each HP each turn. Again, that's not going to give him 20. Sanaki might have room. Reduct attacks aimed at supported out toward. No, I don't want it towards. I want it. An enemy unit's attack. Alright, we'll come back to her. He has room, but he's doing pretty good without it. And I saw Titania has plenty of room. Assign towards this unit. That works. So her wheel is full. And what was the other one? Nullify the effects of an attack. She doesn't have 20. Nyla doesn't need it, but she's got all the room in the world for it. Me too. I second that motion. Knagus doesn't need the help. Micaiah, Nisala, Titania doesn't have room. Reese doesn't. He has room. If it doesn't work there, I can give it to somebody else. Gatri's not here. So Boyd and Oscar. Ike and Titania are still friends. Sanaki is friends with her. She's not here. Sanaki can be friends with Nyla. Skrimir. Boyd. Knagus. Micaiah. Kurth. Who can Kurth be friends with? Ina? Nisala is with Mareem, who's not with us. Nyla. Did I get friends with Nyla to somebody? I can't remember. Titania and Ike. Reese. And Mist. Risan. Sof. Kaya. Alright, so Lindsay's the only one. Just, yeah, but Lindsay's the only one. Lucia's her friend, but Lucia's not in the battle. Items. And we've only got these same people. I can't get anything out of my inventory. Thank you, Sam. Have fun yelling at people. Go redirect those plebes. Oh, that was stupid of me. Why did I do that? I was supposed to rearrange my folks, and I didn't. Oh well. I'll make the best of it I can. Alright, so this battle is very similar to the last battle in the effects on the floor. So, I'm trying to find a different one here. So if you look in the top right corner, it says defeat boss. Doesn't tell us how many turns we have to do it in. Above that is an oval that has some symbols inside of it. And the square that is currently flashing on the screen right now, if you aren't familiar with this game, that means if you're standing on a square that looks like that you get a bonus, basically in its simplistic form, a bonus in your resistance to magical attacks is the way I understand it. If you go here, it moves that 10 over next to the little shield emblem, and that means you get a 10 bonus kind of on your defense. And then there is another icon on the floor somewhere. I don't know where one is offhand. That goes with that green arrow on the top, and that basically gives you a potential increase on a perk towards lowering an attack on you. I'm not phrasing it right now, but you get the idea. But the thing is, you want to take advantage of the areas that are on the floor to help your people make it through this incredibly. This is the second most difficult battle in the entire game. And if this is the second, you can guess what's the first one. So, yes, this is the second to last battle in this game. So here's my guys. Dummy me was so excited about being here in a way and dreading it at the same time. I didn't show you the map, so let's show you the map. It's kind of like the map before. You can look down at the bottom of the screen. You can kind of see how we came up all those stairs. So over here we have dragons. We have white dragons and red dragons. And I'm going to fail miserably at this because I always forget. So the white dragons are not as strong as the red dragons, is my understanding of this. And I think the white dragons are better at magic than the red dragons. Yeah, because they have fire, and then these guys, notice this has effect as water. But anyway, they're both hard to fight, but the red ones are worse. So we have, basically the map stops here. You can't go any farther. But, you know, hey, anytime there's an opening, they can reinforce from it. You come up around to the left, you can see all these different squares. A couple more red dragons. I'm going to cut across now. Our people are here. This is the front, and there's some stairs. We got some red dragons, some other dragons. Dragons everywhere. Crazy hard. So we've got some that have not transformed yet. They're just kind of hanging out up here. And all of these stairs from the sides and the front lead up to Dagensi, who has 100 HP and is the king of dragons. Yes, is the time still set for 9? Do you know? Because the last I checked before I started, it was set for 9. If you could verify that for me, I would appreciate it. Because I have an alarm set for 8:30 based off of that, so I don't know if it got changed. So just let me know in the chat, please. So I'm dreading this. I'm almost terrified of this whole thing. So let's see, grab our first person. Now I put Dragon Foe on Ike earlier. And what's really cool about Ike is his swords can attack from multiple spaces away. And I just have to be careful where I put him. So like having him fighting against a dragon is good to be on a defensive square. So I'm gonna have to play this very differently than what I normally would. Okay, I will, actually I can do that really quick right now. Okay, so I put a response in there for you, for that. Okay, so I'm going to leave Ike on this defensive spot and let him use, I have Ragnell and Alendite. When you look at their stats, they're the same. So I'm going to just look and see, it says 57 times 2, 57 times 2, so it really doesn't matter. You know, Ragnell's Ike's, and we're going to go with that. So we took out, and remember, he has Dragon Foe, so he has perks against fighting dragons, which comes in really handy. Oh, about now. All right. That's awesome. All right, and we've got some decisions to make here as to where we want people to go. These squares here are also defensive squares, and I think I'm gonna put Kanagus over here and let him shift, and he's gonna attack this dragon in front of him. And we're going to let his son come over here and shift and attack that dragon. And they also get a perk by being near each other because they're, you know, it's that whole friends thing that we were talking about earlier. So, where are we at? We are going from, because I've got these guys over here too, don't forget. And I want also people coming forward. So decisions. Ina is a white dragon, and she's not the best fighter in the world, but she'd be better off for me probably against a white dragon standing on a magical square. We're gonna shift, and we're gonna see what happens, because I don't trust Ina. No, that's not who I wanted to attack. Although that's not a good place for her to stand. Oh, I can't move her now? Oh, I'm not gonna be able to cancel that. So he's gonna be able to attack her. I can attack this one. Okay. And then we're gonna let Boyd come over. He will also stand on the magic resistance square and change him back to his silver axe. Okay. And we're gonna let Titania come down and attack. And she's gonna come here.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Oh, you have no idea. So let's let choices. I'm gonna let him stand on the magic resistance square, and he's gonna attack the white dragon. Okay, so I want to move him from the magic resistance one to the defensive one. We've got Nyla. This is a defensive square, so I'm going to let her shift and attack this dragon. Shouldn't take him out, but they're dragons after all. They're not going to be easy no matter what I do. And these guys can't move like tremendously far. So I just have to make sure that everybody like is far enough away from the ones from the sides, because I left this gap here and I haven't closed it yet. So what I'd like to do is get everybody safe and then leave this guy for them and try to take out these guys. So, hence, he's gonna go up to a magic resistance square and shift and attack the white dragon. And we're going to stay on that square because we can't get really to another defensive square, so that's the next best thing. We've got Kurthnaga. Now, I could put Kurthnaga over here, but yeah, he can't attack anybody over there. So if I put Kurthnaga up here, he's on a magic resistance square. He can shift and he can attack that red dragon. He didn't do much to it, but at this point, any points that I can get, I'll take. And hopefully he doesn't get ganged up on, but anything's possible in this game. We've got Soth. I'm gonna bring him up here on this side because I can, although he's not protected there. So I think I'll put him here where he's at least on a protected square. Because the other one is where Kurth is standing. And of course he didn't do any damage to that dragon. I'm not really surprised by this, I'm just saying. And this is a magic resistance square. I want to keep her on a defense square. Where can he go? He can go almost anywhere. Isn't that lovely? Staff. So she can come over here. Staff, heal, void. The sad thing is I guess I'd have to leave her here, and she could get hit by either of those dragons there. That's just the way these dragons work. It was good to see you. I'm glad you popped in. See you next time. Alright, so I'm going to let him wake up Skrimir, because it's faster to get to him and back, hopefully out of range. And then we hopefully won't have to worry about this guy. Oh, so close. And I can't really put anybody else over there. So that means I have to move these guys. And there's not a whole lot of places to go right now. And I rescued him, even though it's not really gonna do me any good. Oh, this is stressful. So many choices. And like, because of the way dragons can attack, makes it that much harder. Right, here he's got a magical resistance square. Oh, conversation. We must talk during battle. There you are, miss. You're looking well. Let me know if I can help you. Good to see you. Don't be too afraid to ask for healing if you need it. And they're doing that because of the fact that I changed people's friends, so their advantages are in this battle. Alright, let's see if Micaiah can take it out. Alright, that was helpful, but she's probably going to get attacked. But that opened up a bunch of space, at least for now. So I'm going to put Sanaki up here. Oh god. Okay, fingers crossed, everyone. Stressing me out. And this is why dragons are a pain in the butt. And there's so many of them. Okay. So we got through the first round. Not unscathed, but we'll take it. I'm gonna do a battle save. Which coincidentally, my save state went off at the same time. Alright, so I've got Nisala here. I'm just gonna move him up one. Attack this guy. And then I'm gonna move him over here to this defensive square. And I want to move I can't get him over there. Can I get Ike over there? No. Okay, well, I might have a little bit of a problem there. Well, I mean, he is Naysala after all, but he might have to go through a couple of dragons before I can get him out of trouble. Soth is on a defensive square. I'm just gonna move him back and let him attack. No. He needs to heal. Because Micaiah, if that dragon moves, he can attack Micaiah from 2 squares back. Nyla is still on a defensive square. I'm more worried about this one. Okay. So we've got a dragon of Goldoa right here. You move her here. Attack. 22. Okay, she's leveling up again. That's good. Nope. That's it. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Okay. So, we've still got this guy here. Let's see if Sanaki can do anything with him. Alright. And Ike. Nice. I'm gonna put Oscar on this square here. Although I really want to put him over here to protect Sanaki. Even though it's not a defensive space, that dragon can attack Sanaki from there. Or, ooh, I know. I can put him here, because hopefully he can withstand that. So those guys are all done. Eventually I want to block people here, in here. But I've got a couple of things to do right down here first. And we've got... Let's do Titania first, because, you know, Titania. And she does exactly what we needed her to do. And so we're gonna put her over here on this magic resistance square. And we're gonna move Ina to the defensive square. I'll put her here. Boy needs healing. He's going here. Mend. He needs mended. You need to mend it. Alright, and Elincia is gonna come over here and drop off Raison. And then we have Mist. He's also gonna come stay over here out of the way, hopefully out of trouble. Oh, Staff, Psychic, Nyla. Okay. Now, we've just got these two. Skrimir needs healing. I want his dad to take out this full dragon here. Alright, and hopefully Skrimir can take this guy out without any issues. Good. Now he can get healed next time. Hopefully that white dragon doesn't get him. These dragons are dangerous. Alright, so far so good. So far so good. Okay. Feel the power of Ashira's faithful. Oh no, I forgot about this part. Of course they reinforced. Last thing we needed was more friggin' dragons. Alright, so what I'm going to do is use sacrifice to heal Oscar. I don't believe these guys, any of these guys right here, move until you get over there. I don't think they do. Oh, and I forgot to battle save again. Okay, now... Yeah, it's not going to do anything to him. I'm going to move him back to another... that's a magic resistance square. And wait. And we need... one of these guys to come up and heal Micaiah. So Micaiah's okay. A heal is broken, which is fine. We got plenty of other stuff, unlike other battles I've done. We've got Kurth. And I really want to get Snaki in here, but I don't... This is good to have a conversation. I love your well-being and stands with you. Good to see you. Did you find this guy exciting as I do? Attack. Yes, 34. 60. I like 60. Da 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 da. And the Empress levels up. Okay. And I have this dragon here that popped back into the situation, so I'm gonna send Titania over there. And Boyd, where can you go, Boyd? He can only go to there, so I might as well let him stop here, where he can have a conversation. Hey bro, watch your back. Someone just sneaking up behind you. Call me if you need help. Hello, it's good to see you. I'm not the only one still fighting. Alright. And Ina, I guess, is the only one who's going to be able to get in here. And she's going to do 0 points to that guy. So that is not where Ina's going to go. Ina is going to come over to the same square, but on the other side. And we've got all of these guys. We've got Boyd. Now if I bring him up here, Boyd better take that guy out. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't like it. Okay. And of course he can't move. Alright, so Boyd, please, please, please take this guy out. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Yes, I talked to my characters. Doesn't everybody? Saying. Alright, so now we've got back to Skrimir and Knigas. Okay, so I'm gonna leave Knigas there. I'm gonna bring Skrimir out here. Actually, I'm gonna put, no, he can't reach that square. I'm gonna put him on this square and let my healers have at him with Amend. And another Mend. Because Skrimir has lots of points. Alright, who's left? Just Naysala. Alright. Well, Naysala is gonna go one square over and attack this guy. Because why not? Alright, fingers crossed. Nice. Can you keep doing that? Exactly like that? That would be great. Naysala died. I mean, I knew I took a risk. Okay, I'm gonna back this up. I knew I took a risk putting him out there by himself, but he was doing so good. And I was like, oh, okay, he's doing all right. I can leave him up here. And why can't I get this thing to work? Hello. There we go. It's being picky. So what time is it? 8:03? Alright, this is 10 minutes back. Alright, so we moved Ina over. I'll put her on the magic resistant square. And then I let this guy come up. He woke up Boyd. And our Heron friend heals. Wow. Levels up. Boyd. Please take him out like you did the last time. That would be lovely. Okay. So, Titania was out there. We brought Skrimir back. Oh. And we let both of our healers mend him. Okay. He can't move. Now where can these guys go? They can get to Soth. So, but those other guys can't move that far. Those were the ones that were the problem. So I'm gonna bring him back next to Soth. And he has... I hate to use a whole concoction for that, but that's all he has. So, who's left? Oh. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. They reinforce again. God, have I said how much I hate reinforcements lately? Just saying. Alright, so... Psychic. Nisala. Alright, so... He's on a magic resistance square. Oh, his speed increased by 1. Go back to our square. Attack. Okay. Let's bring Ina up. And Ina levels up. Okay. How many spaces does he get? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Have a conversation. Nisala, I know that we're busy, but I want to make sure you are alright. Hello there, I hope you're getting on well. It would be a shame if you weren't. Alright, we're gonna send the Galder to Nisala. We're gonna move him back. And then Nisala's gonna come up and block the way. Alright. Again, these guys aren't moving. I don't know if you can put to sleep a dragon. I've never tried. And she levels up. And he did? I put him to sleep! That's awesome! Oh my god. I was put a dragon to sleep! Alright, I'm gonna try her... Oh, she doesn't have a hand axe! What? Alright then. So Titania has to go all the way around. Wow. Okay. And he's a square in, so we've got to get... Let's put Boyd down here. And Kurth is doing okay. Let's get him on the protection spot. And we're gonna take Ike over to the next protection spot. So we can't reach anybody else right now. Nyla's on the next one. And he's gonna come around here too, because he can actually get fast to him faster than Boyd. We're gonna keep her on a defensive spot. And Micaiah. She can't go anywhere yet. No, it's just... Aha, you. Okay, so unless they reinforce from over there, we're alright for right now. Skrimir can get into this again. And then we have Mist is the last one. She's gonna move on to the thing. Oh, conversation again. Reese, hey there, you better not get in over your head. Hello, I'm glad you took the time to check up on me. Staff, psychic, who needs healing? Nobody enough right now to use the psychic staff for. Alright. Fingers crossed. Wow. All right. So we are back. And taking a second to get this fixed. Don't know why that's doing that. Okay. Sorry, a little difficulty. Okay, so Ike, you're having a little bit of trouble over there. Took some hits, not gonna lie. I'm gonna put her over here because I can't get her quite to him, and he desperately needs healed. And of course, I healed her instead. That's why I've got multiple people who can heal. I also want to move the king as far as I can move him. Let's move her. Staff, psychic. How about Ike this time, shall we? Alright, and we still need one more. Wow. Alright, and I did forget to battle save after that. So I will do it now before I forget. Don't like doing it in the middle of turns because it can sometimes bite you on the ass, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Nice, Ike. Okay, Kurth. Okay, let's see if we can do this with just Oscar. No. Oh, we did. Because he was asleep, it worked. That means I can put Boyd. I'm just gonna put Boyd on one of the safety spots for right now. Actually, this one. And Titania can come around. Actually, she's gonna stay here too. These guys gonna continue to work their way around. Let's see what we've got over here. So we've got Skrymir, who I need to move around, and he needs to keep his Lagoose form. So I give him some of the Olivia grass. And she's still full, so we're blocking the way over here. And Nasala's gonna go with them. I really want to come up here and start attacking people, but that's really difficult to do, so I'm gonna do this. And then back down. And then back down. Let's see what happens after that. Soth is gonna go and he's gonna kind of follow behind these guys. He will as actually Kanagos will come up here after. So who's left? Sanaki? Yeah. She's not going anywhere just yet. Okay. Leveling up. You have followed Yune's path here. That puts us irrevocably at odds. I'm sorry it had to be this way. No one die, no one die, no one die. Okay, see, those dragons will move. Alright, so I want Titania. And we have magic resistance spots. So she's gonna attack that guy. Oh, she left him with two! Titania! How could you? Alright, she can't move anymore. So we're gonna bring Nyla up. And she levels up too. Alright, Ike is going to come up here. No, he's gonna go here, because that way he can't take another hit. At least unless they reinforce. Perth. Can't get there. Wait. Void. Can almost get there. Kind of afraid to put Makai up here, but... And we need Oscar, so he's kind of helping. Yeah, that's as far as he can go. He's helping. Valencia is coming up in the back. I should have healed her. Crap. I think I can do it from here. Alright, Snaki's gonna stay with her, or with him. And the king will come here. Maybe it's worth a shot. Really, Ina? Really? I'm worried about Raysan right now. Just trying to decide what to do, if I should rescue him or what. Right now I'm just hoping they don't go after him, which that guy doesn't usually move, but they can move through him, the ones that do move. All the dragons. So many dragons. That'll save. All right. Where to begin? Void. Take out that guy. Oh, really? You left him with 2 points? Come on. Leave Micaiah to do your dirty work, did you? Okay, Oscar needs to be healed. Okay. Just see what this looks like. Alright, she took a pretty hard hit for it, but it worked. Okay. And she levels up again. Yay! Okay, and then we have Valencia. I'm gonna put her over here next to Ike. And we have Mend. She's gonna wait back here where it's safe. Ike is gonna come up and get into the thick of things again. Actually, he doesn't have to. He can come and attack from here. Now up here, we have all the squares on the floor again. So you have to pay attention to what's going on and what we're doing. Titania, attack. Alright. She took a really big hit right there. And she's gonna go back. She needs to heal. Nyla, what do you have? She has vulneraries. Alright, I'm gonna put her here. And actually, she really only needs an herb. I just brought those as extras, so... Titania's gonna wait to be healed. I'm gonna bring Kurth up here. And then we have this whole group. We're gonna stay here. Items. He needs 20, so vulnerary ought to do it. What's his... Oh, he's gonna transform that. Yeah, we can't let that happen. No damage, no surprise. I don't even know why Soth is going over here at this point. Guess he can't attack anybody over there. I'm just saying. I think he's safer over here. So we've got the king. Okay. And then he's already moved. So the last one is Nasala. And who can come up and attack this other guy? And then we'll bring him back. And wait. And hope. And wait. And hope. They killed Ike. How dare they? Alright, day 28. Every time you think it's going too good, they just goes to show you. This is the last one, although I take it back. I had a battle save. Since then. And if I'm wrong, then I can just load that other one up again. But I'm pretty sure the battle save was... Yeah. Where is it at? Yeah, okay. This is a better place to be. Oh, that's right. I forgot I had these guys back here. I did it. Oh, I did Void. Okay. And nice. That didn't even happen last time, did it? I don't remember if that happened last. No, because I had to bring Sanaki up to finish that guy. Let's see if Oscar's lucky. Nyla. Ike is healed. I'm gonna leave him here and bring him up next turn. Earth. Micaiah. Sanaki. And then Mist has been staying out here to play healer for those guys. These guys. And I brought you out here. You're protecting our Heron friend. Oh, you didn't take him out this time? Make Nasala do it? Alright. Go here, and we wait. He doesn't need healed, so we're just gonna wake him up. And put Rayson out of the way where he is back to safety. And then let him come up and take out this guy. Alright, missed. You're just gonna stay there. Oh, staff. Psychic. And she levels up. Just these two. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen, but that might be a mistake, leaving Skrimir there. Or Oscar. Apparently that was a big mistake for Oscar. Alright, back to the battle save. This is such a hard battle. Just want to get through this battle. That's all I'm asking for. Just this one battle. Alright, let's try this. Alencia, Staff, Mend, Ike. Ike. So Nyla is gonna come over here, use her herb. Ike is gonna come over here. He can attack from far away, but he can also be attacked from far away. But he took out the dragon, so that was good. We'll bring Boyd over again. Okay, Boyd didn't kill him this time. He almost killed him. So Kurth needs to be healed. Eventually. Okay. Now, it would be really great if you did what you did last time. And of course you didn't. Okay. Okay. Wow. Again, Titania makes a big hit. Wondering if I'm making a mistake by not putting Mist over here. Because she seems needed over here more. Oh no, I was looking at Snaki thinking it was him. Oh boy. Well, that was a waste of an elixir. Oh well. What are you gonna do? We'll take him out again. Yep, onto the defense space. Okay. Gonna wait. Screamer, I forgot the last time, was ready to transform. So I need to use that Olivia grass. I don't know why I have him over here, because he can't do anything against the dragons. So he's gonna come over here and protect the heron. And she's over here, but she can't really do anything either. Come on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The king is gonna die, isn't he? And reinforcements. Defeat boss. We just have to beat Degensi. Alright, so... Staff, mend... Nyla. And then get out of the way. And then she's only down 1 point. He's healed. Sanaki and Void can move up here. He's not going anywhere right now anyway. Neither is she, for that matter. Okay. It's getting tough in here, folks. Mend her. Not that she's really gonna help us, but I can do Boyd's the next time. You're gonna come up here and wait. Alright. I've got to do this just the right way. Items. No. And he's way the hell back here. That load of goodies doing me right now. I should have started moving him around that way. Oh, because I was using him to recharge to Barn. Nisala, you dare challenge me? It's funny you should ask that. I'm not deluded enough to think that I can beat you. The goddess herself would hesitate to fight you. But my people are frozen solid. And I have to delude myself enough to think that I can help save them. You are a true king, Nisala. I'm ready when you are. I'll be thrilled if I land even a single blow. I'm much better at fleeing than fighting. Alright, so he barely hit him. Nasala took a huge hit. Levels up and can fly away. Enough for Raysan to come and wake him up so he can heal himself. So I was gonna come up and just shove him out of the way. Alright, so you're gonna come up here. Items, elixir. And wait. And you are gonna come here and do pretty much the same thing, except you're using a vulnerary. We've got Nyla. Okay, that was good. That was very good. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't want to do that! What did I just do? I forgot I wasn't supposed to kill him! Damn it! 2 years of not playing a game and it's so easy to forget you're not supposed to do that! Shit! When did my save? 43. Alright, I don't know. Oh gosh, I can't believe I did that. I forgot Nasala was up there. Or not Nasala, Nasir. He's right here. Damn it. Okay. Alright, don't attack Nasir. Don't attack Nasir. Everybody else but Nasir. Because we can kill that guy. To Gensi, Dragon King, I can see of no intention of letting us pass. I follow my goddess's decrees. My will is unwavering. I have no choice then. Be on your guard. Very well, Bjork General. Our blessings may be equal and opposite, but your strength is a mere fraction of mine. Show me your best. Alright, still barely touched to Gensi. Okay. Titania did a good job. And I've got to wrap this puppy up. Let's go back here. Oh, I can use sacrifice. And someone's gonna have to rescue her, though. Alright, Kurth, you're not doing a whole lot. Come rescue the Micaiah. And Sanaki, you're not doing a whole lot. Oh, you can't pick her up because you're too weak. You just heal yourself. And what do we need? We need Oscar closer. Wait. Alright, Kanagas took a bad hit. Nasala level up. I can't get him up there. There's no way. No. Just not gonna happen. Items. Oh, he's out of Olivigrass. Shit, shit, shit. Can't reach anybody right now. Oh god. Of course he healed. You've declared war on a goddess, a foolish action with terrible consequences. Of course he hit Ike. Ooh, and Nasala. And Nyla. And Titania. And Kanagus. Okay, pretty much everybody. Good thing I healed those people. They'd be dead right now. Nasir, quit. I have so much healing to do. It is not even funny. Oh, and I forgot about those guys. And now these guys. Okay, you gotta love that. Mist. Psychic. Yo, brother. And then back the hell up. Void, not in this at all right now. I need a heal on... Oh, there's Valencia, okay. Let's do Nasala. I need... He's holding Micaiah. I can drop her there. Hopefully that is safe. I don't feel safe about that. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't feel safe about it. Okay, let's see. I need to heal Nyla. Oh, and Kanagus. Before I do that, Nyla has healing stuff. That I know. Just concoctions. And he has vulneraries. And lots of Olivigrass, which Skrimir needs. Alright, let's mark out where those guys can go. Wake up your dad, or your son. The son to wake up the dad. Fools, by denying your judgment, you merely rush to your death. Seriously, Skrimir just died. That's what makes this so flippin' hard. Loading 52. Couple moves before that, back to where we were just a moment ago. And that's why. That's why. Forgot. Completely forgot. Where? Oh, she's right here. Okay. Items. And we marked off these guys. We got Aina as far away as she could go. And Skrimir went over here so he could heal. Okay, and he's gonna wait there, and he is gonna stay with them. And you are gonna come up, and this is a not safe space. That's a safer space. Converse, yes, we're better friends. Oh, uncle, I would say dad. Trade with him. Take all the Olivia grass that he doesn't need, that you need. And items. Use Olivia grass. And who? Okay. Titania is gonna run across to the other side. And she's gonna use a vulnerary. What's this spot? That spot is not much anything, except it's close to him. Items. Let's use a vulnerary. And then, what about you? I can get you to here. And then we have Boyd. Okay. Please don't die. Please don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Damn it! Why? I'm so close. Why does this have to keep happening? I have plans. I have things to do. Keep coming back to the same spot. Just got a message, my friend. I will be with you momentarily. Please hang on with me. It's easier for me to type it on the computer than it is to try to type it on my phone. Okay, so I had to let my friends know to go ahead and start without me because I've already seen the show that we're watching. Psychic. Ike is good. We were working on these guys. Let's do this, because you can't move. And I really need you healed. And you can use an elixir. Or a concoction. And you are coming over here. And healing. Again. Okay. And Ina. Converse with his dad, uncle, dad. Olivia Grass. Okay. Now you can converse. And you can use that concoction that I just gave you. Alright. And let's see what we've got. We moved Kurth out of the way. That wasn't a problem. We moved Snaki out of the way. That also was not a problem. Boyd we kept here and healed. So those guys are healed. Ike's healed, so we just need to heal Nyla. And then Nyla items vulnerary. Alright, Ike last time took out that red dragon, but Ike also died. Let's move him down here and try to take out the red dragon. Alright, that's a little bit better. Titania, I want to bring over here. Actually, this is a 10 magic spot. Attack, Irvan, items, heal. And let's try to bring Oscar. Where can I bring Oscar? 10 magic space as well. He had a good hit on that dragon, but he's probably gonna die now, so that was my bad. Yep. Oh, he missed. He might not miss. Nope. Shit. I'm not. This is why I was so worried about this battle. Because I can't handle this battle and the one after it in the same day. 8:59. This one just saved. Is it too late? It is not too late. Ha ha ha. Alright, so you... Items. Concussion. You move down. Kill the dragon. Alright, you stay here and heal. This time. Earth. Wait. Sanaki. Items. Void heal. Oh, who hasn't healed? They've all healed. And Alencia hasn't gone yet. But Void can heal. But if he lets off one of those attacks... I need Nyla. It's 3 points, though. And I need Reese more than I need Void right now. Alright, Oscar. Wait here. Don't die. Alright, well, we knew he was gonna attack Nyla. And this is not good for Soft and... Nice. Grayson. I almost said Nasol. Alright. First things first. Get you... Ooh. Okay. That's not what I want to do. I want to put you over here. And wait. You need to go here. Psychic, Nyla. Wait. You wait here. Staff, Psychic, Nyla. Mist. Over here. Staff. Psychic. Anybody? Anybody I need? No. So she's just gonna come here and wait. He's gonna come up here. Shift. And he's gonna wake everybody up. And I can't move him anywhere. So that part's not great, but... Put him behind. And I'm gonna keep Sanaki close. Kurth close. Alright. Now here's the part that's hard. So I'm gonna save. Because this is where I keep having problems. I got everybody healed, and I've got everybody that I need to actually do the attacks on this guy in position to do attacks. As well as they're going to be. So Ike can attack him from a distance. Not us here. They can see. Kanagus is going to attack him from over here. No, Kanagus is stronger. Right? 76, 72. 67. Yeah, Knagus is the strongest of them. And he's the only one I can't set behind him. He can't reach that spot. Alright, so Knagus will go here. You didn't say I owe you an apology. You warned me often of the danger of open war, but I did not listen. I want you to know how truly sorry I am for the strife that has once again engulfed our world and my part in it. However, I will not meekly accept judgment by the goddess. Regardless of my duty to her, the petrified people must be saved. Knagus, King of Beasts, I regret that we must stand on opposing sides. Now we must determine which one of us is in the right. Alright. We got a good hit on him, and we leveled up. Alright, and Nyla. She can't. No one can stand there because these guys are in the way. Damn it. Alright, 67, 72. He's stronger. Attack, Fang. Again, see. Fools, by denying your judgment, you merely rush to your death. Take him down. Damn. I mean, he's low. He's down to 42. Alright, Nasala. You're up. Nasala, how dare you challenge me? It's funny you should ask that. I'm not deluded enough to think that I can beat you. The goddess herself would hesitate to fight you, but my people are frozen solid, and I'm delude myself enough to think that I can help save them. You are a true king, Nasala. I'm ready when you are. I'll be thrilled if I can even land a single blow. I'm much better at fleeing than fighting. Alright. So, I'm gonna put Nasala. Is there a spot here? There's not a spot there. But he's close enough to be healed by somebody or heal himself. You come over here and keep this dragon busy. Alright, now. Staff, psychic. He's kind of okay. Ike, definitely. Valencia, staff, psychic, Nisala. And the queen levels up. And Scrimir, that's what I'm missing. Staff, psychic, Scrimir. Okay. How many spaces can she do again? 9. 1, 2, 3. And she doesn't have a ranged weapon to throw at him. Not that it would probably do much harm to him. He has a bow, but I don't think it's gonna do anything against the dragon. Yeah, 0. And we're... Boyd is over here. Trade with Boyd. Hand axe. It's probably not going to do any good. Who's left? Nyla hasn't gone. Don't die, Nyla. You are of the wolf people? Yes, after the floods, we built our country to the east of the Great Desert. So we weren't the only ones to survive. Until we met Raphael, we too thought ours were the only people left. In your country, are there only people of the wolf tribe? No, Bjork lived there as well. There are also a number of what you call the parentless. Children born of both Laguz and Bjork parents are still relatively few, but they live normally among us. Is that so? That's probably enough chatting. Do you still intend to block our path? I will not deny my goddess, and I won't deny my conscience. I will revive those turned to stone, and you cannot stop me. Oh boy. Who's left? He's the only one left, and he can't hit him for anything. Attack. Javelin. Oh, that one will hit him for something. Not much, but something. Oh god. Damn you. Alright. Superpowers. And Nasir's dead. I'm not gonna worry about Nasir at this point. I just want to get through this and hopefully make it. No, not Nyla. Shit. That'll save. This is killing me. This is what I've been dreading all day long. I've said it 10,000 times, and I'll probably say it 10,000 times more. But I think I have everybody set up the right way. It's just a matter of achieving what I need to achieve. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try something different. I'm gonna bring in Titania over here and attack this guy. Didn't help a whole lot. And she can't really get completely away. Nyla, can you get there? Yes, you can. I can't attack him. Well, I mean, I can attack him from there. Alright, Gareth is out. That's good news. 2 people are blocking the path for the other red dragons coming up. Skrimir can maybe kill this guy. Okay, almost killed that guy. That's still helpful. Can you hit him? 14. That's what we need. Alright. Good job. He levels up. Weapon levels up. And he can only move 1 square away. Alright, and Ina. Again. Keep the white dragon busy. Okay. Let's check out that dragon. These guys are blocked from here for now. All I need to do is take out that guy, and I need to heal Ike. And of course he heals, but I expected that. My goal was to get rid of his sidekick. Alright, I'm not reading the dialogue right now. Titania took a huge hit. She could die. And Nasir's dead. You killed Titania. Damn it. What the hell? The lucks are not on my side, apparently. But, I mean, it was going, for me, all things considered, compared to past experiences with this battle, it's gone better than I've expected. So I'm not nearly as frustrated as I expected to be with this. Alright, so he's gone easier now because Dragon Foe. That guy's gone. That guy's gone. Again, blocking the other ones that are down below. Down here. Ina's gonna come over here again. Okay. And again, trying not to kill Nasir unless I have no choice. I have a choice right now. I'm keeping Skrimir far enough away from Degensi. And I don't think Nasir moves. Nyla, I'm moving her around here. Keep her there. Valencia. Right now, nobody's needing healed. You're just blocking the road right now. Oh boy, here we go again. Of course you did. 'Cause why wouldn't you? All right. All right, Ike needs healed first. Heal Ike. Okay. Ike can come over here. And he can attack Gensi from a distance. Kanagus can come up. Actually, check that. Let's let Nasala come up. Not reading the dialogue again. Gonna come over here, where hopefully one of my people can reach me. You're coming over here. No, you're coming over here. No, I was wrong. I was right the first time. Okay. Out of curiosity, can you do anything to him? You can do 6. He's gonna do 46 too. I will take any points right now. Yoink. Move mist out of the way. Who else? Oh. Valencia, I'm down here. I shouldn't have put her where... Where did I put it? Mist is there. Alright, Boyd. Okay. Alright. Oscar. First, yes, we must have a conversation. Not feeling it right now, guys. Okay. Stay there. Okay, the dragon is out of the way. Ina needs to run. And wait. Soth is here blocking these guys. Earth is gonna come here and drop Micaiah back here for now. Alright, who needs healed? We need to heal Titania or Tabarn. I think we need to heal him because we need those guys the strongest to beat the foe. But we're also going to do a little thingy thing. And we're gonna use the Galder and wake up 2 of our healers to heal the other 2 people, and Soth. But Soth's not really in this right now. I don't think he could hit him if he tried. Psychic. Tabarn. Alright. Wait. Staff. Psychic. Titania. Alright, and how many does he have? He has 17 points. Can it be Nyla for the win? I'm afraid. You are the wolf people. Yeah, I read all this. I'm gonna just skip through it. Please, 17 points, Nyla. 17. Oh my god, you didn't do it. Who's left? Soth is the only one who's left, and there's no way in hell he can do this. So Nyla might die. Oh god. And of course he heals. Feel the power of her faithful. Yeah. Who's gonna die? Nyla. Called it. Alright, I am gonna get this thing done. I will. I'm damn well bound and determined to. Okay, so we've got him and Nyla. And Nyla can't do anything to him. We can't kill what's his name over there. So the only thing Nyla can do is come take out another dragon somewhere else. Which could be one of these guys, but there's a lot of them. And there's only one of her. So I think for right now, I'm just gonna put it over here and wait. And Zalka's gonna come up here and wait. And God help us all. Wow. Oh, this sucks. Alright, Nasir's dead. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm not gonna go back through this whole thing for Nasir. I'm just not. I've done this enough times. Of course you're going after Nyla. And you're going after him and Miss, thank God. And another. Thank you. Okay. No. And you guys can't. You can reach him, but you can't do anything. You can't reach. You can't reach. You guys don't matter. Okay. Alright. Let's do this a better way this time. Is there a better way? Yes, yes there is. Not the way I did it last time. After they heal themselves, because they have special abilities that let them regain stuff. Alright, so Ike is in actually pretty decent shape, all things considered. I mean, we do have a dragon right here. So I don't have to attack that dragon, though. I can attack over him. But I've got other people who are in more trouble. So first, I'm going to Psychic the king. And Mist is gonna level up. And she waits. Valencia is gonna Psychic Screamer. And wait. And you are going to Psychic to Barn. And level up. I'm not gonna lie, Nasir would have been kinda nice to have for the last battle, but you know, I'll deal with what I've got. So now, Rory-san is gonna sing and wake these guys up. And wait. And now we're going to Staff, Psychic, Ike. Staff, Psychic, Screamer. Staff, Psychic. I hate to even do it, but Titania needs it because all those dragons are right there. And I want her and Oscar to block the road over here. So they're gonna come down and hopefully keep... Oscar. There you are. And he's gonna wait. Alright. We just need to kill the boss. Just the boss. It's no big deal. I've only tried it like 20 times right now. 52. 52. See, it doesn't matter. 5 times 2 is 10. And 5 times 2 is 10. So again, still doesn't matter. Hit the right dragon though. Degensi. Screamer. And he transformed back. That's bad news if we don't kill him. Finally! Oh, thank God. No, has my body grown old or is it my heart? Alright, we just need to beat the boss, so I don't have to worry about the other dragons. Hallelujah. It is over. I'm only a half an hour late, but it's over. I've seen the show before, so. And there he goes. Well done. You have beaten me. And there's Kursnaga and Ina. Father! Don't lose your head now, boy. This wound, this is nothing. Your power, how could you defeat me? I was blessed by Ashira herself. I gave them my blessings. Yune, is that you? That war long ago? I'm so sorry. You were right to fight against me. I was young and immature. The Great Flood was a result of my unchecked emotions. You don't have to apologize, Yune. I always knew that you weren't actually evil. You were just too powerful. So why did you choose Ashira again? I had hoped that this time you would join me to help protect the people. I'm sorry, Yune, but I've done worse to you. Long ago, we made a vow before the goddess Ashira herself. We vowed that we, the Lagoos and Bjork, would never commit the same genocidal sins. And we didn't keep our promise. And for that reason, I was committed to accepting my just punishment. Silly, stubborn old scale bag. You just don't know when to quit. You need to lighten up a bit. To convince the Lagoos kings to follow my example, I rewrote history, hid my tracks, and declared you a dark god. All I ever wanted was to avoid conflict. Please, forgive me. Don't worry about it, Degensi. I've caused enough trouble for you, so I'll forgive you just this once. I'm pleased to hear that. Ina, I would like to tell you only that I wish you the greatest happiness in life. Thank you, sire. Now then, Kursnaga, get these men moving. I will remain here, for I cannot move. Yes, father, we will stop Ashira. Wait here for our return. We will be back. Yes, my son. I'll be waiting.
We must save them. Even now, as we speak, countless Lagoos slaves endure Benyon chains. They suffer terribly.
We have done all that we will do.
Admonitions and censures change nothing. Now is the time for the dragon tribes to use their strength to save the oppressed Lagoos.
Goldoa does not interfere with the outside world. As king of dragons, I will not allow my people to fan the flames of war. Conflict on the scale you describe will wake the goddess and call down her judgment upon us all. This is the path to destruction. 1,000 years. That is how long we swore to the goddess that there would be no war. Have you forgotten our covenant?
Of course not. Yet there are Lagoos who are treated as less than livestock. I cannot believe that this is what the goddess wants.
Goldoa will not move. This decree stands from the time our nations were formed. The goddess has not yet slept 150 years. Would you see the Lagoos and Bjork destroyed? Would you see all of Tilius awash in blood? No. Unless destruction comes to seek us at our door, Goldoa will not move for the sake of future generations.
Tell me, do you care nothing for the Lagoos who suffer in the current generation? Do you think it would comfort them to know that you condone their misery?
All things require sacrifice. Where are you going?
To Benyon. I will find a solution without you.
You who have lost your birthright? All you will accomplish is your own destruction. Hold! Hold, I say!
My queen, Rajayan, I will soon join you. My lovely Almeida, cherish life. It's happening again. Whose memory is that? Something feels so familiar about it. Is that your memory? Father, Kurth, he's gone. I know. This is simply another reason to move on. Entrusted by my father to care for our people, I will stand before Ashira as the king of the dragon tribe. And he received Warm Shift. And we have save.
Oh, goddess, will you please stop? Is this not enough? Your sister regrets all she has done. If you look closely at any of Yune's actions and their unintended consequences, you will see they were all born of fear. Fear that you would expunge her from yourself. If you would but allow her back within you, this would surely never happen again.
Yune is chaos. She is an imperfection in my being. It is because of her that I have done this thing that cannot be undone. No matter how I admonished you, you would not stop fighting. There was nothing I could do. Every day my beloved children were killed. Killed by others of my beloved children. With every death, my rage and sorrow grew, until I could control myself no longer. My emotions burst forth, and I raised the land. Furious storms savaged the heavens. Roiling waters rose in tremendous floods. Lives were lost beyond count. I will purge chaos from within myself. Never again will I allow myself to commit such atrocities. I will become a goddess to properly guide and protect my people. I will become perfect.
But to nullify half of your being, we were terribly, monstrously wrong to suggest it. You shouldn't have to bear the weight of our foolish ideas.
I was just lonely. My other half spent all her time worrying about the Lagoos and Bjork. She said she was going to erase me. I was only playing. I never meant to hurt so many.
I understand, Yune.
I won't do it again. I love all of you too. You paid attention to me. I don't want to go away. It would be lonely, and I don't like being lonely. I want to stay here with all of you.
Goddess, I have a suggestion. If we here of our own will were to make a pledge to coexist, there would be no need to erase Yune, would there? In which case, we give you our solemn oath. Never again will either the Lagoos or Bjork seek the extermination of the other. Soen, Degenzia, this is agreeable, is it not? I do not accept your pledge. Why? I cannot believe you. You are living creatures created in our image. You cannot seal away your instincts with reason. You are like us. You feel profound sorrow, anger, fear. A conflict will surely arise to overwhelm your reason and discipline. You will be unable to master your emotions, and I may once again make the mistakes that have led us here. The only way to prevent this is to expunge chaos completely. Yune must not exist. My decision has not changed.
In that case, Goddess, would you consider an alternative to such drastic measures? We shall use the power of Sade magic to seal Yune in this medallion. Someday, and it may be in the far distant future, someday we may be able to earn your trust, Goddess. In the hope of that day arriving, refrain from annihilating Yune, please.
In my eyes, imprisoning Yune and destroying her are the same thing. If the chaos and disaster that Yune begets can be averted, I have no objection. I do not know, however, if Yune will submit to such confinement.
Goddess Yune, please hear me. I will never give up. Someday, I will see you restored to yourself. Please. Do not look so sad. I will always be with you. I will sing to you. You will not be lonely. I promise.
Wow. Every time I hear that, it makes me sad. They're getting stronger and stronger. Whose memories are those? I know him. Everyone, Ashira is nearby, just beyond those doors. That's where we'll find her. We made it. Finally. You should know, Ashira may have changed since before her slumber. Order and chaos are meant to naturally balance each other out. If you take away one, balance is lost. I don't expect Ashira to have the merest shred of compassion. Talking to her will likely do no good. We don't have much choice. If talking won't work, we'll have to use force. Otherwise, this has all been for nothing. How about you? What do you mean? Are you completely chaotic? Are you out of balance? As far as I can tell, you don't seem to lean too far in either direction. Ashira and I see things a little differently. During my long sleep, I was wrapped in sweet, gentle music. Heron Galdra? Yes, but more important than the song itself, I was never alone. There was always someone singing comfort to me. Ashira shouldn't have isolated herself. She became lonely and bitter and lost touch with her people. Hold on. This thing won't budge. What's wrong with it? Those doors cannot be opened. They have been sealed with powerful magic. And this is Sephirin. Sephirin, you're all right. I'm so relieved to see you. I'm sorry to have been cause for concern, Apostle. Forgive me. Sephirin, there's something I need to tell you. I'm not a true apostle. I didn't mean to abuse your trust. I've known that for some time, Sanaki. Don't forget that I was almost a father to you. It honestly doesn't make any difference to me whether or not you can hear the goddess. Sephirin, thank you for having always been there for me. Empress, shouldn't you tell him about General Zelgius? Yes, I suppose I should. Sephirin, General Zelgius is dead. I know you put a lot of trust in him, but he was also closely allied to Dayan. I'm sure you've heard of Dayan's so-called Black Knight. Sephirin the Black Knight was Zelgius. But that's probably not news to you, is it? After all, it was you he was taking orders from. What? Ike, what are you saying? A man like Zelgius could never serve conflicting interests. Never. Everything he did for one master. Isn't that so, Sephirin? I think I understand. You wanted to monitor events within Dayan. You sent Zelgius as a spy. Precisely. I felt it important to observe King Ashnard carefully. That was my goal. At the time, it was relatively easy to get an outsider close to the king. Ashnard was famous for employing powerful men with no regard for their background or social status. Obviously, he would have needed no convincing once he saw the blade work of General Zelgius. The Black Knight tried to take the medallion from my father and killed him. Tell me, Sephirin, whose plan was that? Ashnard's or yours? Calm down, Ike. Sephirin, would you please explain? Sir Ike, I'm afraid your father's death was an unfortunate result of Zelgius's own personal agenda. I did not order Sir Gawain killed. However, I must admit that I did ask him to seize the medallion and hand it over to King Ashnard. The goddess was to be freed and all living creatures destroyed. Come again? You're insane. I couldn't be more sane, Sir Ike. Attend and learn. My aim has always been to wake Ashira so that she might pass judgment on all the people of the world. What I needed was a war that would spread across the continent. How could I achieve this? My attention turned to the young Dayan prince. I could use the fiery Ashnard for my purposes. He was ambitious, a fierce warrior, and more than anything, he had an earnest desire to change the world. When I allowed him to know of the goddess sealed inside the medallion, he became determined to set her free. He could use Heron Galdrar or a massive continent-spanning war to throw the world into chaos. Lord Sephirin, what are you saying? Are you saying you wanted this? You can't be serious. Sanaki, my long life has shown me the people of this world deserve only destruction. The selfishness, the brutality, the disregard for others, the endlessly quarreling Laguz and Bjork. We have been given many chances to correct our behavior and ourselves, and have squandered them all. The only remaining hope for a peaceful, orderly world is for Ashira to wipe us all out and begin again. To fulfill my ambition of destroying all beings, I had to use you. I had to betray you. This is some kind of monstrous joke. So you've been pulling the strings all along. Correct. Beyond just Empress Sanaki, you were entrusted by a lot of people. Sephirin, I need to understand, did you really betray all of those people? I did. I don't need to hear anything else then. I'm going to make your death as painful as I know how. This can't be happening. I won't fight you, Sephirin. I can't. Poor Sanaki, you'll have no choice but to fight. The doors leading to Ashira are sealed by my very own magic. Killing me is your only way through. Sephirin! So it was you. All those memories penetrating my mind were yours. Since we entered this place, I've seen what you've been thinking, Leiron. Give it up. Goddess Yune, why do you insist on calling me that name? I discarded it long ago, Yune. I've changed. Laran is a thing of the past. All I want now is the end of all that is. Please, don't stop me. Laran. You're running out of time. At this rate, I wouldn't count on being able to face the goddess. I would hate to see you denied after coming all this way. Well, now you know who brought you here and why. I suppose that just leaves our fight to the death to take care of. Oh my gosh, this one. I forgot all about this one. Holy Toledo. Alright, so first I'm saving. And let's see what we got under outfit. Manage, award XP. Ike is maxed out as much as he's gonna get. Micaiah, how many do we have? We have 10,000 bonus XP. Let's give some to Micaiah. And some to Soph. And some to Snaki. We're gonna go around who I want and we're gonna look some more. Kurthnaga, we'll give him a few points. Since I don't have Nasir, I'll have to make use of Kurthnaga potentially. Nasir would be nice because he has a lot more XP. Ina, I'm not giving points to. Skrimir, no, he doesn't need them. Nasala doesn't need them. Miss could use some just to help protect her if people are hitting her. Of course, she didn't get any HP. Nyla, no. Titania. Titania, we're gonna let her max out or level up again, or class change again. I can't remember how many times. I think this is her final one, so this would max her. Oh, she is done. Okay, I couldn't remember. It's, you know, been a while. All right, Oscar, yes. Might come back to Oscar. All right, we got 2,000 left. We've got Void. And that pretty much takes care of it, but okay, and we've got 35 points. At least she can get a level up. Or no, she can't. I didn't count right. Not count right, but like, he can't assign anything. Who got... Kanigas? Items. He has elixir. Who got the thing? Okay, so maybe you can only go to... No. I guess I didn't. Maybe it was something else. We have our support. We took care of that. There's no info. There's no items really to manage this time. So now that I've leveled everybody up, I'm going to save. And I think I'm going to call it a night. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours working on this game. I knew it was going to take all day. I had planned and dedicated my day to working on this and getting hopefully to about where I am right now, and I did, and I can't ask for more than that. So tomorrow will hopefully be the finale. I will do this battle, and then we will have the finale battle after that. That'll be tomorrow afternoon. I have to look at my schedule and update my stream times for tomorrow based on where I finished tonight. So I hope that I can see you there. I'm gonna put a note on my thing that says, you know, hey, finale, come on in if you're a fan of this game, because I do have a lot of people who are huge fans of this game. So, with that being said, if you like the games that I'm playing, if you like watching me play them, I just simply ask if you can give me a like. I would greatly appreciate it. In the Discord, in the chat, and in my profile are links for my Discord. I like to see people there and talk to people there when I can. And my YouTube. So if you can, hit me up there, that would be great. And otherwise, I look forward to seeing you, if you can, tomorrow for episode 28 and what should be, unless things go horrifically wrong, the finale for Radiant Dawn. Thanks so much and have a good night. Bye.